Effective Fed funds rate 4.83% November 1st, unchanged from October 31st.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So 1 minute remaining now to the market on open imbalance and the US cash equity open. So we're looking now to the market on open imbalance. The S&P 500 a buy side of 55 million. The Nasdaq 100 sell side of 10 million. Dow 30 stocks a sell side of 1.5 million. Mag 7 stocks a sell side of just 5 million.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Chinese Premier Li Qiang says China seeks more foreign investment. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get US factory orders month on month. Forecast -0.5% on the prior -0.2%, with a range of -0.1% to -0.9%. US durable goods revised forecast -0.8% on the prior -0.8%, and US core durable goods revised forecast 0.4% on the prior 0.4%. According to Interfax, Putin met North Korean foreign minister. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get US factory orders month on month. forecast minus 0.5% on the prior minus 0.2%, with a range of minus 0.1% to minus 0.9%. US durable goods revised forecast minus 0.8% on the prior minus 0.8%. And US core durable goods revised forecast 0.4% on the prior 0.4%. One minute remaining. I'll lead with US factory orders month on month. Minus 0.5%, minus 0.5% as expected. Core durable goods revised 0.5%, 0.5% higher than forecast, 0.4%. And durable goods revised -0.7%, -0.7% higher than forecast, -0.8%. And we've posted the US factory orders September report on the feed for all those interested.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Be on here in just a minute. Or not a minute, but a few minutes. I got a few things I got to do in the background.
German economy minister says the last few days were bad for Germany and did not strengthen the trust in the government.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
German economy minister says we need to plug the gap in the budget. It is a solvable challenge.
Ooh, that's really loud. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. That's super loud. Check 1 2. I think it depends on what I'm listening to matters. All right, so where are we at here? We rock and roll. We ready to go? Get rid of that. Old timey rewrite. Oh no, there's no camera? Gotta be kidding me. Let's see how that works. Come on, baby, turn on. You can do it. Come on. I never, ever, ever should turn that camera off. Just the fact that I have it on. Hold on here. Woo! All right, here we go. Good morning out there. How you all doing? Hold on here.
OPEC October oil output rises by 190,000 barrels per day from September to 26.33 million barrels per day.
So we got a lot to go over. Let's start
That's
with
led by Libyan recovery.
I'm getting my microphone right here. Let's start with the seasonal volatility, right? Season of volatility begins in September. It's just like your spring pullback and your summer doldrums, and then we get, of course, our seasonal low in September, October. This year in particular, we really aren't that much lower, are we? We're trading 572 at the moment. Fascinatingly enough, too, this year in particular, the Bears really loaded up on the bear case. And most of that volatility did not realize, did it? Most of it did not realize or come into fruition. And they really loaded the boat this year, didn't they? This is one of those years where a little bit weirder, I think, than most prior years. In the middle of a bull market, right? Invariably, we're in the middle of a bull market. We're in the middle of a soft landing. And, you know, none of that stuff is really stuck, has it? And we're coming into the end of the bear case. Invariably, right? I mean, how much shit have you thrown against the wall to try to get it to stick? And it's been unable to stick, right? You've got an election coming up tomorrow, one way or another. You know, I actually doubt that you see much volatility afterwards. You know that Trump has already sent out. He's trying to. Well, I think I read this morning a story that he's sent out thousands of people around the nation to uncertify the election. I don't think that happens this time around. I'll be honest with you. I think the chicanery and the bullshittery and all of that is out the fucking window. I think people have had enough at this point, regardless of the outcome on the election, whether he wins or he doesn't win. The bullshittery, I think, is going to be pushed aside. Does that make sense? So I don't really care if he wins or he doesn't win. I very highly doubt that anyone's going to put up with the uncertified ballot counts, and it's going to take until November 15th. And I don't think this election is near close. I think that everybody thinks it's 50-50, but I don't even see that aspect of that outcome in the election. So I think you're going to get a definitive answer here by Wednesday morning. As a matter of fact, my daughter is a ballot counter, and I was over at the early voting earlier this weekend. As a matter of fact, Saturday morning I was over there with her, and she's doing her thing right now. And the chicanery is out and about. It's in full force right now, but no one's having anything to do with it. From my experience talking to those people that are those electioneers and election workers, they're having nothing. They don't want anything to do with it. I'm one of the battleground states. I'm in Michigan. It's been nonstop here. It's been nonstop phone calls. I literally get 20 to 30 text messages a day. I kid you not. 20 to 30 on my phone. My email is just garbage. All the commercials on everything. It's just vote Trump, vote Kamala, vote Trump, vote Kamala, vote Trump, vote Kamala. And I really think that people are done with it. They're over it. They want to move on to what? Decorating for the holidays and deciding what they're going to eat for Thanksgiving and getting ready to go skiing and whatever your holiday you celebrate is. So I think people are over it. I know that I am as well. I am over it too. I'm ready to move on to the next hot topic. I don't know what else you could bring up. And that's my point here is that normally at these elections, they'll roll out our cash in at like 4 a.m. And he will tell you that everything is okay. Now, Southside Charlie is out there telling you we're going to be down 20% in 3 months. If there's a blue sweep or something like that, I don't see that. So I don't see any outcome right now. The only negative outcome that I see is if Trump and Elon Musk is ever able to implement that fucking crash the economy plan nonsense that they're talking about. And even then, I think there would be stiff rejection of intentionally crashing our markets. I don't know what to say about that because I think Trump came out yesterday and said, if you don't vote for me, the stock market's going to crash and you're going to go into a depression. And him and fucking Elon 2 weeks ago, or the past 2 weeks, reiterated that that's exactly what they want to do. So I don't know what to say anymore on this stuff with are we going to get a depression? Are we going to get a stock market crash? No. And I doubt that anyone's going to allow that to happen. And I'm serious about that. Like, I don't think anyone's going to allow it to happen. So I'm coming back to that cash in point here. And I can't tell you how many elections we've gone through where people have claimed stock market crash, depression, choose the wrong person, do the wrong thing, vote here, vote this way, vote that way. You're going to see a crash. Crashes don't have anything to do with these elections. I'm sorry, they just don't. Generally, they don't. Like actual crashes. So the thing to be thinking about right now is that we're in a bull market. And not only that, as soon as this volatility rolls off, right, you got a little bit more. You got FOMC later in the week. What I would say to you is this. I wouldn't expect a rate cut. Don't expect a rate cut. I would be shocked if you got one. And further, if depending on who becomes the president, Jerome will likely look for that to also impact some of his Fed speak. Right now, supposedly they're not a political organization, but if we still start getting pen strokes to do this or do that, it will impact the Fed's outlook, right? Or the outcome of the election and some of the policies that are implemented will assuredly impact what the Fed's path is. So I would expect no cuts this week. That's what I'm expecting. No cuts. Economy looks fucking great. So I'll just say it to you again. Economy looks great. The cuts that they made were outstanding. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. And everything's pumping right along nicely. Now, the thing that I want to talk to you about or stay focused on here is this volatility is passing. And you're going to be screamed at, doom this and gloom that, and doom this and gloom that. And the reality is this shit's going to blow off. it's going to blow off, and there's not going to be another conversation of that magnitude for some time. And when that volatility gets sold, we could lead into a selling vol scenario where we actually reprice volatility. So let's look at the VIX 9-day really quick. You know, we're at heightened volatility right now, trading 2650. 2650, pretty high up there, right? And we've had volatility increasing into this election, right? This anticipated election. And, you know, you see this right here? See that one right there? That's November of 23. And I want to show you, that selling of volatility. And volatility just got spanked. And it got repriced. It got repriced to $9.76. So for all the doom and gloom that you're probably consuming out there, and all the, you know, oh no, the worst is going to happen, this is a time for you to actually be preparing for a dip to buy, believe it or not. So you're just looking for the best price to get in for what? A holiday rally. A holiday rally, an end of the year rally that could extend all the way into February, believe it or not, depending upon the outcome of the election. Do I subscribe to Charlie McElligott's thesis of 20% down, or 10 or 20% down over the next 2 or 3 months, depending upon the outcome of the election? Not really. I don't ascribe to it. I don't see how you change that sentiment either. The only way that I see that happening in any way, shape, or form is if Trump wins and he within like the first week, or not the first week, but he starts threatening what he's going to do his first 100 days. And he starts saying, with the pen, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to cut all this and cut $2 trillion out of the economy and blah, 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 blah. Outside, that's the only thing that I see that's the real risk. I don't see like a blue sweep being a real risk. Tax changes. I don't think she's going to change. I don't think she's going to do any kind of major augmentation of changing our tax codes. Nothing that would disrupt like is being threatened. They're more of the same, you know, and that's what happens a lot with Jerome too, right? We all think that we're going to get major change, and the reality is it's slow. And we don't get the change that everyone's fearful of to realize. So my point here is to get back to our cashing. Normally on these election times, once the vote is complete and we start to get the returns and they start calling the individual races, they'll normally bring them out. Now, in previous years, it was usually the day after the election, but these past few cycles, we've turned to this bullshit hand counting stuff and refusals to certify, dragging out the election results. I'm not just talking about the presidency, but some of the Senate and the House of Reps. And Cashin and Wall Street do like to see who controls each house. Who controls the House of Reps, who controls the Senate. So there could be a little bit more. It's possible we drag along maybe to the 15th of November. If there's any kind of like contested elections. I think we had one in Georgia a few years or 4 years ago, right? I think it was it Georgia? Georgia or Arizona? I can't remember, but we had a little bit of a delay in certifying elections to find out if there was gridlock or not. I think we're in gridlock. I think right now that Kamala wins. The House goes to the Republicans, and I would not be shocked to see gridlock in the Senate, something like that, which is what Wall Street likes. Tie their hands so they can't do shit. That wouldn't shock me, that outcome. That's my prediction, I think, at this point. Yeah, House Republican, Senate half and half. maybe one more vote going one way or the other, and then Kamala as the president. That's what I think happens. I could be wrong, of course. I'm trying to think of the last election that I got wrong. I can't recall. I'm trying to think. I think I called Biden. I think I figured Biden would win. I was never a fan of Hillary. I didn't see her having the ability to win. Hold on a second here. Sorry about that. My glasses are a disaster. I'm in some pain today too. I been pretty active the last 2 days. I was very sick last week, and so I tried to get out this weekend. And I'm trying to prepare. I got a race coming up, turkey trot, and I'm not prepared for it. I am not in shape in any way, shape, or form. So I worked out this weekend, and I also built a wood burning stove for my garage this weekend. I used to have one, and I took it out and I moved, so I reinstalled it in this new garage. I'm very happy with it. I always like for some reason I always like a wood stove in a garage. I can't have one in my house because of the smell. I don't like the smell of it. It gets all over everything. But I do like having one for like those fall days or the winter days where you're I'll do the snowblower thing, and I'll light a fire out in the garage, open up the door, get the dogs and the kids out there, and I kind of like it. So the thought process here is this: we have an election tomorrow, right? The market is amped over it, of course. You can see volatility is high, but we're going to sell that volatility eventually. It's either going to be tomorrow, it's going to be the next day, or it's going to be by the 15th. So I would expect more of this nonsense trading sideways and down, drifting down, and squeezes along the way. As a matter of fact, right now, today, let's take a quick look at velocity together. And you should just be patient. I'll be honest with you. If you're a bull, right? If you're a bull, this is all a gift to you. You can see we had this nice big down move here. We're just getting started. Looking for a quick little pumperoo over here. You want to see what those look like? They're fun. We have party time. We rip. Party time when we rip. We do have some negativity though in the daily velocity. It's neutral right now. It was negative for a day. You want to see it? It was negative for a day. It's getting positive again. I don't like that long term at the moment. I would still like to see more downside in the market. But it's mostly just pick your poison. What are you looking for here? If we can get down, we've talked about this many times. If we can get down to this weekly trigger, I'd be stoked. If we can get somewhere down in here, I'd be very, very happy. I don't know if we can go much lower. This is, let's take a look at this really quick. It's possible. Whatever you give me for a low, I'll take it. But I'll tell you one thing: I haven't been able to get my ratio to print on the negative side. This is the JPM collar. I want to show you this really quick. There she is. If we can get down here and monetize, look at that weekly trigger is. It's like right on that monetization. So, just some squeezes. Maybe we blood it down here, and then we're off and running. You get a little bit more election doom. You get a little bit more downside, right? Hold on here. Maybe a little bit more downside. I don't know. I don't even know if we get it. We might not get it. The close for the month. Maybe we'll go and look at the monthly candles at some point. But we're already pretty low right now. So whether it's here or here. More pick your poison for end of year. I'm not really bared up here. Are you guys bared up out there? I'm not bared up. I'm looking for I'm looking for end of year right now. I'm looking for, like, where do we close the year out? 6,000, 6,200, 6,400? Where? Most definitely looking for the upside here. So right now, we might get a nice little squeeze out of this. Any lows that we can get our hands on, we'll buy them together. What else? I think that's it right now. So you've got the election. So the election volatility is going to pass. Believe that tomorrow or the 15th. Larry Williams also wants you to know, or told you guys a week or two ago, that the market gets very supportive once the election volatility passes, okay? Now we've got the FOMC coming up. That is, let me take a look at that. I think it's Thursday at 3 p.m. I think the time's a little bit different, but let me take a look. A little bit different than usual. So you've got factory orders at 11. It's already 11:09, so you've already gotten factory orders. We've got 3-month auction at 12:30, 6-month auction at 12:30, 3-year note auction at 2. We have balance of trade tomorrow at 9:30, exports and imports at 9:30, red book year over year. The big one for tomorrow, though, is going to be ISM Services PMI. We've got the S&P Global Composite PMI final, the Global Services PMI final, but the actual ISM Services PMI will be a doozy tomorrow. Another note, too, is that we get the 10-year note auction tomorrow at 2. That's another market mover, along with the election all day long. Wednesday, we get a crude oil stock change at 11:30. 30-year bond auction on Wednesday, too. So that's big. That's inverted yield curve stuff, right? 10-year and 30-year. And then that's on Wednesday at 2. On Thursday, we get claims at 9:30, non-farm productivity quarter-over-quarter preliminary, unit labor costs quarter-over-quarter preliminary, and then we get the Fed's rate decision at 3 and 3:30, not 2 p.m. So this week it's going to be 3 p.m. and 3:30. Friday, we get Michigan consumer sentiment at 11 a.m., and that's all I see for this week. Now, next week, we roll into Wednesday. No more. There's nothing else after that, basically. Not a goddamn thing. Then we go into November 13th. We've got core inflation month over month, year over year. Inflation month over month. Inflation rate year over year. We get CPI as well. Next Wednesday, big data day. Thursday, we get PPI month over month. This is the 13th, 14th. 15th, we get retail sales. That's a big, usually bear day. Not much going on. I'm looking through here right now. November 19th, building permits. That's all I see right now for like big news. So most of our volatility should be wrapping up here. Big data wrapping up. You should be looking for a dip for end of year. I don't know about the bear case here. I'm trying to figure out what this big bear stock market crash bullshit is. You start repricing that vol curve. You start repricing VIX. This market's going to fucking rip some faces off. Hands down. What else we got here? We've got Russia, North Korea volatility, Iran. I don't see how that's volatile too much. There is a note I want to make here, though, about Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine has been losing a lot of footing in the war. I don't know if you're aware of that. I was able to watch a map of the battleground area, but like the front lines of Russia and Ukraine over the past 3 months. Ukraine has been losing a lot of ground, more than is being highlighted by the news. And Russia has, of course, increased its offensive, and they're about to go into a muddy season right now. and where war slows down in Ukraine, typically, historically. And there's an offensive right now, a big push from Russia. And it's probably related towards the election and the outcome of the election. I would be fascinated to see if Trump wins, if there's a red sweep, what Ukraine will do. They would likely, in my view, be forced to the negotiating table. And if Trump were to lose, I think the war continues, and even more support is sent their way. So I think people are waiting for the election for that stuff to work itself out. If that war ends, regardless of outcome, should be another release of volatility as well. So you want to be considering that. And also China and Taiwan. China is probably awaiting to see who the president is too, right? So we have that to look forward to. As far as North Korea, I've got no, I don't know why everyone's harping on it. If I were to guess, Ukraine is going to attempt to wipe out all of those troops quickly. I don't want to say that too much, or I don't want to talk about it too much because it's not a great topic to talk about. But I'm going to assume that Zelensky is going to target all of those troops and do some real damage there, regardless of outcome or strategic importance. But I don't see how that matters. I'm not afraid of North Korea. I've never have been. I was stationed there. When I was stationed there, it's a really weird thing. Like, I've heard some people seem to know what they're talking about with Ukraine, or not with Ukraine, with North Korea. I'm not really afraid of them. They're the kind of country that if they ever fuck around and they want to find out, they're going to be leveled. That's what's going to happen. And I think that's known in the background. There's some negotiating going on today with the U.S. and Russia, or China. It's U.S. and China are negotiating right now about North Korea's involvement. I don't think people realize that, or I don't see them as being a threat. I don't think they want to see their country end. So as far as like their impact on our economy, I don't see one. I don't see where that war extends, and we care. Yeah, I don't see it. So, but that's still in the news. I see some talk about Korea right here on the left that I'm looking at right now. And Iran as well. Iran threatened to launch larger missiles at Israel. Same thing. I wouldn't be doing that if I was Iran. I think you can pretty much see at this point that no one's fucking around anymore. Like, everybody's tired. Everybody's tired of the election. Everybody's tired of the of everything that's going on out there. So I don't see it. I don't see like anything escalation in the Middle East. I don't see escalation with China, Taiwan. I don't see escalation with Ukraine at this point. Nothing that I can see. If anything, if the only thing that I can see right now is probably Ukraine could be forced to the negotiating table. That's what I actually see. We're probably closer to that than anything. Than any of those three conflicts expanding. Probably a de-escalation. What else we got here? Yep, utilities down. I want to show you guys this really quick too, just so you can see that there's rotation into the market. You can see that XLU is down today. They're blasting to the downside. They've been rolling, as a matter of fact, right? To the downside. Does this necessarily mean that we're like super risk on at this moment? No, but we're likely going to rotate into some risk on, right? We are likely rotating into risk on right now, or near it. So we're going to look at one other quick thing here. We're going to load some layouts here and see how close we are to a turn in the market. And I want to take a moment here to, wait a minute here. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Let's see what we can see here. Switch over to a daily basis. And this is really what I want to show you here. Hold on here. Give me a second. Whoop. So here's PMOs. Those are turning down to the downside, right? This should coincide with a little bit of a roll in the market here. Maybe we can get down to the weekly trigger. PMOs turning down as well, or PPOs, excuse me, turning down as well, but almost ready for a dip buy. Not quite, but almost. And also MBI. So I can show you this really quick. Hold on. Let's show some more of this, maybe. Let's say more. Less of that and more of this. And you can see right now we're at a total of 33.8, 33.5% out of a score of, or 368.2 out of a score of $1,100
billion in 3-month bills.
So we're close. If you can see this right here, maybe we get one more little bump up.
Private to cover up to 2.9.
Nice little bloodbath down.
$2 billion in 6 months.
So we're closer to a bottom than we are to a top, right?
Private to cover of 3.25.
So you're just waiting for that roll to the downside. Get a nice little flush, right?
Bills total 5.
You have the rotation out of XLU.
3-month bills total 6.4 billion.
I know some of you guys are like, I want all the way down here, Cappy. I want to go bloodbath in it. I want to trade 500, bro. I don't think you see that. I think at best you might see, for where we are, where price is right now. That's not. We're not down that much, are we? All that rotating out and like right about here. So catch a nice little dip buy for a holiday rally at the end of the year, right around that 550 mark. Get rid of this. So MBI rotations being completed. Risk coming off the market into the election. If you're a bull, you're just waiting for a dip to buy. That's pretty much it, right? If you're a bull, you're just looking for a dip. Whatever dip they'll give you. Waiting for this volatility to roll off. I'm going to read some news to you this morning. According to Real Clear Politics, former President Trump has small leads in polling averages in Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, while VP Harris has small leads in Wisconsin and Michigan. The response rate to polls is unusually low. Goldman's Pravotsky, whether it's a macro or a micro trader, I haven't spoken to anyone who has risked up into this event. So, I'll say it to you again. No one I've spoken to is on risk into this event. Goldman's GS Futures desk will be fully staffed November 5th through the night session. U.S. high touch and ETF trading will be available starting at 6 a.m. Wednesday morning, running until 8 p.m. So everyone's got their laptops open into tomorrow's election. So if you're just a bull, you should be hanging out, going on vacation, raking the leaves in your yard, losing some weight for getting fat on Thanksgiving. So basically, no touch right now, right? Russia's President Putin to meet with Foreign Minister of North Korea, according to Interfax. Ford Motor reports October sales of plus 15.2 year over year at 172,756 units. EVs down 8.3 year over year. What else we got here? See, I'm gonna read some more stuff to you. At the money, volatility is fixing to blast off into this election. You guys realize that that's the end of it, right? We could get a nice little blast down for the election. Maybe we can scoop up some cheap prices. Also, let's go back down here and take a look at the bottom right-hand screen. I meant to mention this to you guys. I put it in the brief this morning. We are underneath the gamma flip. When we are in a negative gamma regime, all else equal, we should be able to move quickly, right, to the downside, but also to the upside. Right now we have local support parked at about 5,700. Even though it's negative, we can easily sweep down to 5650. And also, I want to take note with you here that on SPX in particular, to sweep down below even deeper is on the table. That's 5520. 5515, 5520 is definitely on the table for us to trade in the next, week, 2 weeks, as the market capitulates for a nice holiday rally. What else do I got for you here? At 5,700, we have a large zero-date put wall, which should act as support, while gamma would flip positive above 5785.
And a prior bid to cover of 2.9. And the US sells $72 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 4.325%, and a prior bid to cover of 3.25.
Another note, there is increasing chatter about bond yields surrounding the questions if they become unanchored after the election. This is only one mechanical aspect of the risks. But according to Friday's COT update, the basis range at the short end is getting bigger, while at the long end, bets are trimmed back somewhat. That's on the outcome of the election. The chart below shows positioning of hedge funds, who are main liquidity providers in the bond market right now, in 2-year note futures. Hedge funds short bond futures to buy cash bonds. So this chart reflects the demand for 2-year cash bonds. The trade is highly leveraged, so there might be substantial risk should volatility increase after the election and force hedge funds to abandon the bond market, which could push yields higher. Woo! I'll show you this chart really, really quick. I'll post it in the Discord. Give me a quick second here. Oh, I'm not even in the Discord yet. Gotta go say hi to my fam. And just note, we do have the 10s and 30s auctions coming up this week after the election. Post that there. And put the chart on there. Sweet. So you can read that if you'd like. What else we got here? I told you that I did not think we'd get another rate cut in November. I'm going to read a quote to you here. Of the 72 BPS move higher in intermediate yields since the September FOMC meeting, our fair value model attributes roughly a 1/3, 25 BPS to changes in fundamental factors, including near-term Fed expectations, as well as medium-term growth and inflation expectations. Of the remaining 48 BPS or so, we think 21 BPS can be attributed to election expectations, given the extent of the moves over the last 3 weeks, when the perceived probability of Republican sweep, according to betting markets, began to shift more meaningfully. I'm going to post this for you too. Yeah, I think it may matter, or the outcome of the election is going to matter in this FOMC meeting.
Shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
I did make that post. I did post that for you in the Discord in the market chatter, our chat room. For all of you bulls out there, I've got something for you from Jeffries. Quote, we pulled rolling 12-month performance data back to 1990 and found that strong rallies like the one we've witnessed over the past year tend to bring on more gains. More gains. For example, there has never been an example of a negative 12-month performance after a one standard deviation 12-month rally, greater or less than 25, or in and around 25%. And the average performance is another 15%. Additionally, it doesn't tend to stop after 1 year. 24-month performance averages plus 26%, with several examples of multiple returns of 26%. Hold on here, I'll post this for you right now. So I don't know if you're bared up out there, but some of these stats here are not conducive to all the doom that's being poured out there. I'm going to read something to you from Walmart e-commerce survey supportive for shares. UBS Research's Michael Lasser is a buyer of Walmart heading into Q3 earnings. He thinks his 11th annual e-commerce survey of 2.5 thousand U.S. consumers is supportive for the shares. Key findings include online penetration accelerated after a period of stabilization following the pandemic, even in rural. WMT specifically has seen an increase in its Walmart Plus program. 35% of respondents said they were a member. This is up 28% from last year with increased usage. And Walmart was able to sustain its momentum in the U.S. in Q3. I will say this. Whenever I buy a product, or even a major purchase, anything over $100, let's just call it easy. Anything over $100, I typically I'll do a Google search. And sometimes, like, I'll look on eBay. Typically, it gets reduced down to Amazon, eBay, or Walmart.
4.44%, 4.44%. Bid to cover ratio, 2.44, 2.44. So the US sells $87 billion in 3-month bills and awards 38.32% of bids at high. And 6-month bill high yield 4.26%, 4.26%, with a bid to cover ratio of 3. So the US sells $78 billion in 6-month bills and awards 4.32% of bids at high.
Walmart comes in cheap on same product. I know that sometimes they'll mess with the product. It won't be the exact same product. There'll be like slight variances. But Walmart's been doing pretty good in terms of competition for Amazon and for your e-commerce dollars. Now, I will say this about Walmart. What I don't like about Walmart is where they are in price. They are cranking. They have not stopped. It's just been like a juggernaut to the upside for Walmart. Any pullback is bought. Currently trading $82.43 right now. So we're going to talk about Walmart here. Hold on. I got to bring up one quick thing here. Oh, now. There we go. All right, can I open that? Come on now, let me open this. All right, hang tight, guys. Does that work? Come on. So after the bell today, we've got Palantir, Win. We've got Progressive AIG, Lattice. Before the open tomorrow, we've got nothing that I can see that's really big. Tuesday, we've got Lumen. We got Microchip. Wednesday, we've got ARM after the close, CVS in the morning, Toyota in the morning. We got AMC Wednesday after the bell, Qualcomm after the bell, AppLovin. Thursday, we've got Barrick Gold in the morning, Moderna, mRNA. We'll take a look at those. We've got SQ or Block. We've got Rivian, both of those after the bell on Thursday. The election could be a trigger for Rivian. I'd be very interested in that Rivian trade. We'll take a look at that. We also have Unity, Affirm, Airbnb after the bell on Thursday. I'm going to type in Walmart now on here. Man, this thing is not working at all today. Walmart's earnings are on November 19th, before the open. They have an expectation of a 6% up or down move. Their last ER, they just kept on cranking. They had squeezed up the earnings before that and then kept going up. They did have a pullback in February of 21. Right. Or excuse me, February of 2024. In November of 2023, they traded sideways and then had a run for the end of the year. So there was it was more like a sideways move, and then an explosive upside move. They have it seems like they have a lot of those earnings here that I can see, where they don't get a big reaction on their ER. But they do, though, down the road, like 1 to 3 months down the road. So a 6% move. I've got Walmart up down below here. And let's take a peek at it in the background and see what it's showing us. And what I want to show you here is something important I want you to see here. I don't like this. See how high we are in accumulation on a quarterly, a monthly, and a weekly basis. We have some negativity coming up here in Walmart as well. So they're being pumped as to long it. And I'm not in agreement with that. I'm actually starting to get bearish here. Though they look like they have a little bit of a run for into their earnings still ahead. So what I would say about Walmart, bring this down here.
North Korea's UN envoy tells the Security Council that Pyongyang will accelerate a build-up of its nuclear force to counter any threat presented by hostile nuclear weapon states.
We need bad news. We need bad news. Bad news, please. So Walmart in particular, right? This is a daily basis chart here for Walmart. I think the best you're going to get. So that's 2.5%. If I were to guess here, they report on the 19th, right?
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our...
I'm in agreement with that here. I wouldn't be a buyer of Walmart unless we're trading somewhere below $80. I'm going to be negative into their earnings. I think it's a sell the news event, even though Walmart is being pumped. Let's see if we can go to a hold on a second here. Let's get the 1 month. I don't like their weekly either. Oof. November 19th. I'm pretty bared up on them. And I wouldn't want to buy them unless they're at 70 or 75, somewhere down in there. I'll read that again to you right now. Walmart e-commerce survey supportive for shares. UBS Research Michael Lasser is a buyer of Walmart heading into Q3 earnings. He thinks his 11th annual e-commerce survey is supportive for shares. Key findings include online penetration accelerated after a period of stabilization. This looks like it's all priced into me. I've got nothing for Walmart here. I want to see Walmart trade at least 75 bucks, if not even erase some of this push up here, this halfback trade back here. So I'm pretty bearish of them into the 19th. They report, I believe, did I get that right? They report on November 19th. If they're able to get back down here, though, and trade 70 bucks, hold on here. Let me get some stuff here for you. That one down right there. Oh, no, too much. About there. I do wonder with Walmart if they'll drive. There is a second thesis here in Walmart. That would be they drive price up into their earnings. If they're trading on a high, I would short the fuck out of it. I guess I would say if they trade up into their report, I would short it. Or I would short whatever the result is. They have this like moments where they're like, yeah, we're sucking each other off. We had a kick-ass quarter. I would be short or selling shares if we squeeze on the 19th. I'd be trying to get short that company as well. I think they've priced in this quarter at this point. So bearish on Walmart. What else? U.S. retail buy into tech treasuries. UBS's U.S. retail market-making clients had 35 million of inflows, finishing the week with 2 consecutive days of net buying as tech inflows in a flight to the safe haven of U.S. Treasuries-based ETFs ahead of the U.S. election pushed flows into positive territory. Tech had the first net inflows since September 17th, led by Mag 7 stocks, which had largest weekly inflows since the period surrounding early August volatility. That would make sense, right? If you're going to start to say, you know what, maybe Walmart was the flight to safety. You know, let's party down in Walmart. You know, that's not going bankrupt. And you see like this flight from safety stocks into more risk on as this volatility blows over tomorrow and FOMC. So some more risk-on type behaviors out there. Do I think it's time to get risk-on? Fuck no. Not yet. But as soon as this election is done, carries on a few more days, find out who the Senate is. Yeah, I think they're going to roll out Art Cashin, and he's going to give you the go-ahead. And I bet we squeeze the day before. But the day before that 4 a.m., they wheel him out. I say wheel him out because he's getting so old, but I would assume that the day before we're going to squeeze the market, and then they'll roll him out at like 4 in the morning, and he'll say everything's okay. But people are buying. Retailers are already out there buying. Retailers are retail market-making clients had $35 million of inflows finishing the week. Mag 7 mostly. U.S. Treasuries, government-based ETFs had the largest inflows this year with a focus on short-term treasuries. T-bills and short Treasury bond ETF and BIL, the SPDR 1 to 3 month T-bill, as an alternative to equities ahead of the election. DJT, Trump Media, and Tech Group has seen a large surge in retail volumes leading into the election with very momentum-based flows. Friday had the largest DJT outflows since its inception in March. The week ended with 3 days of heavy selling as the stock sold off. 2 weeks ago on Twitter, over the weekend, I had a conversation about DJT. And I had said we should see continued inflows, but as we grow closer to the election, you should see profit taking on that trade. That has happened. This is DJT right here. DJT trading squeezing, of course, up to $57, trading all the way back down to its weekly, daily, and monthly trigger. I did see some talk from retailers of all places on Facebook. I don't spend a lot of time on Facebook. I only go there to buy shit off of Marketplace. The only reason I'm ever on there. I hire people there. Well, I shouldn't say that. I buy stuff on Marketplace. I get my like information for like skiing and raves and Burning Man there. What else do I do there? I hire people there for jobs. Like if I need sometimes I need handymen to fix shit at my properties. When I only have one prop. Well, I got two. I got two properties, and I just put an order in. I just put a request in to buy a bunch of land in Detroit. I don't spend a lot of time there. Not a whole ton. I got a real estate group that I hang out with on Facebook, but there was talk of a bounce on DJT today, and that they're expecting it to go to, I believe what I heard was $78. Right now it is bouncing on its weekly trigger. On a daily basis, let's take a peek at it. The daily looks like dog shit. The weekly looks good, and the monthly looks good. But the daily looks like crap. On a 30-minute basis, the hourly looks really good. For a bounce, this looks really good. The hourly looks really good. The half an hour looks really good. But the daily does not look good. That's a tough one. Tough one. So here's DJT. What I had seen was a call that it would go to $78. I don't know if I see that much. I think it would depend upon the election outcome, of course, right? If Trump wins, DJT, is it DJT Media? Trump Media and Technology Group Corp. You'd probably get a fat squeeze off of it, but if he loses, oof, it's a very risky trade. It seems like it's on your side. I would say this. If there was a dip to be bought in DJT, this is it. You've got a mixed bag of velocity here. But I would say to you, it must hold $28. It has to hold it. It's only valid above this price. Hold on here. Valid above. Let's go down and look at this one. This one's kind of bullish. One quick second here. Sorry about that. I'm only seeing 48. I'm not seeing the 78. That is going to matter right there. One, two, that's the fifth. And that's the 6th. 666, right there, by the 6th. I can see why they're calling for 78. I can see why they're calling for it. I'll tell you what, if Trump wins, whew, I see why they're calling for 78. It'd be a really fast trip. That's November 14th or the 15th right here, too. That's a big trade. Spoo's bleeding right now. DJT, bullish on it, but all event driven. That's what I've got on DJT is that it would be event driven. I would say to you, if you are a DJT trader, if you like the trade in the stock, $28, you have to hold it. You have to hold that weekly trigger. If Trump loses, price target. $3. $3. How about 4? I'll give you $4. $4 if he loses the election. I'm being serious. $4 if he loses the election. I would suspect that. Do you guys think that Trump could run again? I don't know if he can run again. He'd be 80 something, wouldn't he? Early 80s. I don't know if Trump could. I wonder what happens to MAGA if he loses. Is he done? I know that Vance is more eloquent with the MAGA message. But I don't know if Trump media. I don't know if it would actually trade. I think it's gonna. I don't know. I haven't thought about this too deeply yet. Like what happens to MAGA is if he loses. I remember the last election when he lost. MAGA got real quiet. Like really, really quiet. So I don't know what happens with Trump media, or if he becomes like I don't know, your uncle or something like that. We're bleeding right now. Are we going to hit this? This is what I have for a buy today. I don't know if Trump sticks around. I don't know what happens to him. Or is the message picked up by a new generation of MAGA people? I don't know. But I've got $4 if he loses. And I'm on points with, or I'm in agreements with $78 price target. If you win, if you get a red sweep, I would guess. You get like Trump winning and a red sweep, you'd probably see $78. First target though, on a Trump win would be $49.90. And you've got some good stuff on your side here. Momentum's on your side with that trade. What else do I have for you here today? As of today, we estimate 80% are in the open window, with 90% in open window by the end of the week. So our number of 10 billion 5-to-1 programs start this week, making them way for an active November in line with what we have historically seen for this month. Let's see this here. GS corporate desk trading flow. A distribution of S&P 500 buyback blackout exits. Almost 80% of corporates have reported earnings and are estimated to enter the open window. I'd like to see what happened last year.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of
Let's
news
take a trade here.
on payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro.
I think that's everything.
Worth our service.
I think I've got everything. I think I've like gone through everything as of right now. I don't think I have anything else to go over here. SPX is testing the put wall right now at 5,700. Show you that. I'm on a 30-minute here. Whoa. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see if we can take a long here. Oh, this looks like they want to pin it. Yeah, maybe no long, not just yet. Not just yet. See if we can get down just a little bit more. Oh, get down just down here. $563.90 target. North Korea's UN envoy tells Security Council that Pyongyang will accept. Every time I hear Pyongyang, I think about you've now been banned from Pyongyang subreddit. You are now a moderator of Pyongyang subreddit. North Korea's UN envoy tells Security Council that Pyongyang will accelerate the buildup of its nuclear force to counter any threat presented by nuclear weapons states. Does anybody care about North Korea? I don't think anyone does care about North Korea. Russia suspected of plotting plotting to send incendiary devices on U.S.-bound planes. Western security officials say they believe that 2 incendiary devices shipped via DHL were part of a covert Russian operation that ultimately aimed to start fires aboard cargo or passenger aircraft flying to the U.S. and Canada as Moscow steps up sabotage campaigns against Washington and its allies. Russia suspected of plotting to set fire on U.S.-bound planes. Investigators plot involved mailing incendiary devices. Like, why? God. What else do I got here? That's it. Reading some election stuff here, all over the place. It's kind of cool here. JP Morgan on potential U.S. dollar reaction to U.S. election outcomes. JP Morgan, we estimate that FX prices and the 60-70% chance of a Trump victory. G10 election vols have rebounded pre-election, hitting or nearing news cycle highs. In many cases, while the election vol is 10 to 30% higher than at this point in 2020 and 2016. So the U.S. dollar should go up 5% on a red sweep and 1.2 to 2% on a Trump victory with a split Congress. While a Harris victory would split Congress, sees the USD weaker. I like that outcome the best. I'll be honest with you. I like the Harris win with the tied up Senate and Congress. The USD would be down. What does it say here? While Harris victory with a split Congress sees the U.S. dollar weaker, positioning not an impediment to USD upside, and is just a slight tailwind for USD shorts in a Harris victory. Macro trade recommendations. Portfolio unchanged into event risk heavy. Uncertain week. This is JPM, by the way. Maintain barbell strategy of optionalized election hedges. Long U.S. dollar. Short euro yield convergence trades. Long JPY versus Canadian euro. Broad euro funding and USD longs. Short US or euro USD. Emerging markets, FX derivatives, election premium rebounded. Hold on here. Technicals, Euro US dollar rebounds from 2023. Trend line support. I don't see anything else here that I need to read to you guys. Just the outcomes, the election function on the US dollar. OSINT Defender, Farzin Nademi, a senior researcher with the Washington Institute, believes that Iran may launch its retaliatory strike against Israel on Tuesday night during the U.S. presidential election. Woof. With the attack likely to involve at least 400 missiles aimed at Israeli air defense bases and sites, as well as defense manufacturing industries around the city of Haifa. Iran is likely to utilize its, I'm going to hack this up, Khorashma 4 medium-range ballistic missiles, as well as missiles launched by Iranian-backed groups in Iraq and possibly Syria. In addition, the Iranian army, or Artesh, is expected to participate. likely using its Arash long-range attack drones and Su-24MK Fencer-D tactical bombers, equipped with standoff weapons. What else do we have here? Wall Street Journal. Western security officials say they believe that 2 incendiary devices shipped via DHL were part of a covert Russian operation that ultimately aimed to start fires aboard cargo or passenger aircraft flying to the U.S. and Canada. God damn. People want to see the world burn. I'm telling you. They want to see the world burn. These people are vicious. They are fucking vicious. Get rid of that Walmart. Don't need. Oh, the earnings calendar we still have to look at. One here. Get rid of that. We're going to chart out some earnings for you here after a break. I want to look at one more thing, though, with you. Just make sure we got everything out there for the day, for the week. This has been within 2 percentage points. I got DB reads. According to Clear Politics, the current U.S. presidential polling averages have Trump at 48.5 and Harris at 48.4. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't give you a fucking answer, though. It says that they're neck and neck. What else? I'm going to give you guys some, you guys are looking for yield stuff, right? I got some yield stuff for you. Hold on here. Yep, that didn't work. Hold on. Hang tight 1 second, boys and girls. S&P 500 around the 2020 election. 10-year yield around the 2020 election collapsed. Hold on, I got more coming your way. Hold on, guys. Hold on, I got more coming your way here. So the charts that I'm posting for you right now shows the last 3 elections. Okay, so you want to take a look at all 3 of these. 2020 election, S&P 500 up, 10-year down. 2016 election, market up, yields up. Looks like we traded up into that election day, though, didn't we? 2012. This is the one. So do you guys remember we talked about 2012? That was, so take a look really quick at this chart, this last chart that I just posted for you guys. I think we're in the mirror of 2012. I've shown you guys the expectations. Let me just show you 2012 again really quick as a comparison. Or you just look at it at home. Do yourself a solid. In the 2012 election, we traded down into the 15th, I believe. Let's go look at it. I think we're in a similar trade. Right here. Right in here. That's 2011. That's the wrong time period. Hold on here. Right here. This one. This is the one that's got me. That's why I was thinking the 15th. See right there, the 15th? This is the 15th right here. This is the 4th, right? Blooding it down into the close. We get the super ramp for the election day up. This actually says that so you blow off the volatility from the election, but we have more downside before we actually go higher. I'm kind of in agreement. I've shown you guys this on briefs already, right? Where I was like, yeah, maybe the 15th is a better, like the election on the 5th. But like you get like the bull trap in here, right? Election vol is over. Woohoo! Let's party. And then it's bam, 15th is down, and that's where you should have bought the dip. I'm surprised right now that they're bringing up the 2012 election. We've pretty much traded that, like within reason. We started QE Infinity that year too. We also had a midterm with McCain. And Obama. It was a midterm election. Pay attention to this. So it would look something like it would look something like this. We'll look at this here real quick. So you'd get like into the weekend. Here's the 7th, right? You get some kind of an up move here into the 7th, and then of course, like everybody's party time, but we still don't know what the outcome of the election is. Like the 15th rolls around, down on that weekly trigger is where you're actually buying the dip. So I have just a little bit of a trap up in here into tomorrow. So I'm bullish here, but hold on here. I'm with that idea. 2012. I like that election outcome, or not the election, but the market reaction. Right? You're buying a dip today. Hold on here. Squinch, squinch, squinch. I'll see it right. It's I actually have it up for you guys if you want to see it. I did my work before I came to work this morning. This is actually the dip I want to buy right there. Those two green bars, that's what I'm looking for. But if we can get a nice little dip buy here for the election, and then back down there for like the 15th. You know, it's a dip buy there and a dip buy right there. Let's have a look closer on it. See if we can get it today. Maybe we can get into the bell today. We'll do an election trade. One dates for Friday, or not one dates for Friday. Let's get some Friday calls or something, or some spreads. Don't go up yet. We going up yet? Going up there just yet? Or call spread. Let's look at some call spreads. I think some Friday call spreads are in order, aren't they? Not yet. Don't turn around yet. God damn it, dude. It's leaving me behind already. Oh boy, it's already super ramping, huh? Put buying falling off, call buying super ramping. Motherfuckers are buying calls like crazy. Look at you, savages. You're already super ramping. You're already loading the fuck out of calls. You guys buying calls all morning, buying calls again. You guys been buying calls all day long. You guys opened the fucking day buying calls this morning? Like 9:30? Slam calls. You guys don't give a fuck, do you? Hold on here. Let's look at some calls. 563. Give me some SPY, baby. Give me some SPY calls. I'm bullish. Call spreads. Stop. I gotta log in first. Okay, hold on. I'll log in. I thought I was logged in. Some Friday call spreads. We're trading 569 right now. I wish we were down at 563, I'll be honest with you. 7th. 563. And where's the daily trigger? Dude, 575? Are you fucking shitting me? We got to be lower. We need to be lower. 575. Risk 676 to print 524. 50% expected. Have to be trading above 574.90 on Friday. Yeah. I'm going to wait. I want to be lower. I want to be down here. I want more down first. We'll be patient. We'll wait till the end of the day. Or I'll be patient. I think it's turning right now. It's not really a big rip, though. I want more juice. I want lower. I'm not ready. I want more down. I'm going to be patient. I'm just going to wait here. What else do I have here? Oh, God, the SPY wedge. They keep drawing that fucking stupid wedge. Now they changed the wedge, too, which is I find even more hilarious. The quants are all in. They're all max long right now. Everybody's fucking long, dude. Everybody's getting super long here. Everybody's getting hella long. No one cares. What is this one here? Hedge funds, long onlys, dump stocks, degross down most since 2023. Bank crisis ahead of election. There is something rather remarkable afoot about Tuesday's presidential election, despite prevailing consensus that the two candidates, who couldn't be more different in terms of their proposed policies, are neck and neck. The market is eerily complacent, and as Goldman trader Brian Garrett pointed out last week, the implied move for the election day stands at just 2%. The lowest reading since Goldman began tracking the excess variance, a number which even Garrett notes is perhaps a little too low. But perhaps there is another explanation for the seemingly airy calm. Last week, we proposed that the reasons for the plunge in the implied move is the sharp drop in liquidity around E-date. That's the election date. And just one day later, Goldman confirmed that this appears to be the case. As the Goldman Prime Services Desk writes in its latest weekly rundown, get you guys this note right here. You guys want to read this? This is GS's white paper for the election rundown. There's some thick reading for you. There was a plunge in hedge fund gross leverage as long short funds degrossed at the fastest pace. Hold on, what am I missing here? The fastest pace since March of 2023 banking crisis. According to Goldman Prime, the U.S. fundamental long-short gross leverage fell sharply this week to the lowest level since March of 2023, while net leverage saw relatively modest changes, suggesting that long-short funds are grossing down and setting aside some dry powder ahead of the U.S. elections. Let's see some of this here. Tight here. Right, or okay, so they're right where March of 2023. U.S. fundamental long short gross versus net leverage. So that post that I just made to you, here, I'm going to show you, I'm going to do an add everyone on that one. Basically, this paper here is arguing that like this 2% up move planned for the election may be short-lived, and you'll get a better buy after the election. So keep an eye on that 2012 how we traded. We traded up into this Friday and then had another downside move into the 15th of November. So bullish here, but rein in your bets on the election. That's all I got there. INTC, DJT cranking, INTC getting annihilated. Not much there in INTC. TLT with the dip buy right now. HYG looking sexy. My God. Even Dixie is saying Trump is going to win. Look at Dixie. Like Dixie's got Dixie's like screaming to blast off. Daily trigger crossing, the weekly and the monthly. SPY support right here. Should I just get some fucking calls here? I don't think we can go any lower. Maybe one more leg. Probably should have bought that fucking dip. 56.50. I want one more leg down. I want this last leg right here. I don't think I'm going to get it. I think that was the bottom. I think that was bottom. Almost sure. Almost sure that's bottom. I hope it isn't. I hope I can get one more leg. 2%. I don't know. Can we get 2% up? What's 2% from here? 2% from here is what? I agree with yeah. 580. Say hello, my old friend. 580. It's been a while since I've seen you. $580. Yeah, that would make sense. I don't like the failure below this. I would have liked to have seen the tick. So there's your 580. There's your tick, though. And then you get your second leg down. So a flat correction. You call that a flat correction. Then you'd have a sharp correction thereafter, a second leg down. Basically, what they're saying is that fucking leg would be a doozy. I'd have to measure all that, but ooh. That would piss off some people right there. 560. Maybe a dip, quick dip. Somewhere over there on Friday. I just want one more fucking leg down. I just want one more into the close. And then take it up there. I think this is the bottom. I think that's bottom. Being a little bit sloppy here. You caught the new fucking low there, too. There's the low. There's the new low. That's bad for bulls, by the way. That is not good. This shows that we're going to sell. This new low right here, not always, but it's not a good look. That's your expectation into Friday. 580 by close Friday. Could come earlier. 580 into Friday. This new low I don't like, though. It shows it's not guaranteed. We can escape this. I want to show you guys a few things here. This is where the important time comes. It'll be important this week. See that yellow line right there? That's the daily trigger. You get the blow off of the election volatility, right? Crank it up here. The one thing you want to watch for is if you're more bulled up than I am, whatever that back test is, whatever this becomes right here, this will matter. Next week, this will matter. Or it could even be sooner. It could be just tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday. Our cash income comes out, tells you everything's okay. You're buying the dip. It's ripping face off. But this back test here, this is going to be, if we fail this back test, we are going to go down and trade that weekly trigger by the 15th of November. If we successfully back test this, though, we start heading higher, I would get bulled up and say election volatility done. So there's like two important functions here. You could buy the dip here or here, somewhere in here and here for an upside move into Friday or tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. FOMC shit. This could happen early, and then you get the FOMC maybe would be the catalyst for the doom and gloom on Thursday. Maybe this happens before Thursday, like into FOMC, and then I don't think that Jerome really shits on the market. He's not known for that. He has shit on the market in the past, and we're kind of due for that. But watch out for this back test right here. This back test will tell you. If we fail that back test, get underneath it, we're gonna bing bang boom to the downside. Bullish here though. This is a matter of counting your poison here. Overall, bullish. I said Friday here. I'm not going to say Friday. I'm going to say FOMC. Bottom into FOMC. Yeah, if he doesn't cut, IWM should dump. I've got IWM I'm pretty bearish on right now. I've got them dumping. I'm bared up on IWM right now. I am bared up on DIA right now. I'm bullish on SPX and very bullish on tech. But IWM I am not built up on. They're in sell mode right now. I don't think we get a cut. I mean, IWM can go up, but it's in distribution right now. It's in a corrective move right now. You can see it clear as day. I'm with you on that, water boy.
The Fed bids for 3-year notes total $14.1 billion.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. It's 12:45. I think this is your bottom into Thursday FOMC. Price target to the upside 580. You could see one more back test end of day for a better price in the close. If that's the case, I'm interested in buying 563.90. I don't know that we can get that low though. I think this might be it. Bullish from this point forward into at least FOMC, possibly even Friday. I don't think you get any cuts. I'm bearish on IWM on that announcement. They can go up, of course, but they'll get sold down. They're in a distribution pattern right now, no matter how you look at it. That does also mean they can squeeze. And if you do get a cut, of course, IWM would rip faces off. But bullish from here into the rest of this week. I'm bullish this week, if you want to know. Now, I want to preface this with something important here. If we have this, if we're in a correction, right? If we're in a turning down, corrective move on SPY, and we're in our second wave right now. Theoretically, we're still in the second wave. That allows us to trade 580-ish. But that back test, whatever that back test is, we want to be careful of it. You don't want to see that back test fail. That would open the door completely to that downside. It looks like JPM and other traders, professionals, market makers, outside of retailers, they're not expecting that leg down. It's still showing itself right now. The downside move is still there. So just be aware of that, okay? So still exercise some caution. Don't get too exuberant. If you see the market rip from today through the election, and then we're all partying, we're like, fuck yeah. We start back testing next week, that daily trigger and the hourly trigger cross, and it fucking fails, and it's boom, rug pull. Just be tactful if you're a bull. Be tactful, because it's possible we have some more down coming. Make sense? Hope that helps. Bulled up here. I love being bulled up. Fucking bulls have it easy. It's too fucking easy. 7 out of 10 times works every time. Yeah, I'm bared up on IWM. I think they're going to get hammered. Any squeeze on IWM, sell it right now. Every squeeze, sell it. The redheaded, I shouldn't say it, the redheaded stepchild of the market, IWM. Yeah, it says CTAs are getting long again. Yeah, I would say it's okay to be long here, but you got to be. I would say that, like, normally what I say to the bears, you got to be tactful. I would think that bulls need to be tactful here. I think it's okay to be bullish, but tactfully so. CTAs are theoretically long right now. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back with you guys here in just a minute. Targeting right now 572.05.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes. The prior bid cover was 2.45 and the prior high yield was 3.878%.
Just let me go potty. I got to go potty. I got to work out a little bit. I got to spend 5 minutes working out.
Significantly lower on the day, as this week's early starting auction cycle begins with this $58 billion 3-year sale. The quarterly refunding also includes a $42 billion 10-year sale and a $25 billion 30-year new issue on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those yields surged on Friday last week as traders reckoned with the potential for this week's US presidential election and Thursday's Fed meeting to reprice the markets. So making a note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 1.7 million 5-year note futures, the nearest comparable note, a near record amount and a possible source of covering demand at this auction.
Dude, look, what is up with this thing? Like, seriously, what is, like, this whole, this thing does not work. How about the speed at which this thing is moving? This thing is like moving 1,000,000 miles an hour. Why is it going so fast? Why does it look so blurry? Like, this looks horrible too. Outline size. No, that looks terrible. Oh, that might be better. It's horrible. I don't know why it looks so. Ooh, that's better. Is that better? No, that looks horrible too. Why does it look like dog shit for? Why is it going so fast? Why is it going 1,000,000 miles an hour? Slow your ass down. It looks like shit.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.45, and the prior high yield was 3.878%. So we're shortly expecting the results of the 3-year note sale here. The pre-sale when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. The auction results will follow after this. So just a quick recap then, the prior high yield was 4.878%. The high yield average for the last 6 auctions has been 4.132%. Again, Treasury when issued at the top of the hour. Auction results expected a couple of minutes after this.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Treasury when issued 3-year yield 4.143% before the $58 billion auction. No. 2.6 high yield 4.152%, 4.152%. It's the US sells $58 billion in 3-year notes and awards 26.45% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 19.75%, direct 9.62%, and indirect 70.62%. US Treasury 3-year yield pairs losses after 3-year note auction last down 2 basis points at 2.159%. shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $57 counterparties take $171.885 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. So the US State Department says we now assess that as many as 10,000 have made their way to Kursk.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
coughing and hacking. Ugh. What do I got here? Elon Musk's attorney. Oh boy. Elon Musk's attorney says that the $1 million giveaway is not a lottery. There is no prize to be won, and the winners are not chosen at random. Instead, the $1 million is a salary they earn to be a spokesperson for Musk's pro-Trump super PAC. Winners are picked based on their suitability to serve and their personnel story. In response, the Philly DA team called this a complete admission of liability that Musk is running an illegal lottery under Pennsylvania law. Remember when Musk announced the giveaway in Philadelphia, nonetheless, he said, "We are going to be awarding $1 million randomly." DA showed this to the judge. Gober argued that there's a difference between randomly and by chance, which is why he argued that this isn't an illegal lottery under PA gaming laws. So actors, know that term is thrown around a lot. Fake actors. I think that it wasn't the McDonald's a fake too. A lot of these lotteries are fake in general. It's pretty common. Or scams or whatever. But it's complete bullshit with fake actors. Oh, is that such a hot term? Fake actors. Sure enough, the fight against fake actors is using fake actors. I posted another link here for you out of Texas. Texas likes the idea of immigration reform, but they do not like the idea of tariffs, as they would be one of the first states impacted with tariffs with Mexico. Posted that on Twitter just a moment ago. We like part 1, but not part 2. They need to put some tariffs on maple syrup, Canada, and not Mexico. Start with Canadian geese and Canadian maple syrup, sir, and not avocados and tortillas. Boo. I gotta love it too, because over the weekend I was reading Bloomberg stories, like all these different characters. The cast of characters came out over the weekend, and they all started putting two together. Like, okay, 2 plus 2, another 2 over here. They're like, did you know we're getting fucked first? I'm like, yes, you are. You should be buying laptops for the next 10 years. All your computers and your gaming and all that crap. Hardware from Asia as well, from China. You guys should be on Temu this week, just loading up. Temu, Alibaba, DHgate. Get everything that you can get as fast as you can. My God, some of these tariffs, I realize some of this is posturing, but like some of the tariffs I'm reading here is just ludicrous, and that money goes to not you, right? You're the one that pays it. I pay it, you pay it, and where does that money go? Pay down the deficit that you so much want to pay down, right? As long as you're not paying it down. You want tariffs to pay it down, but not tariffs from your own state. You got to tax they got to tariff the Michiganders and who's up there? New Hampshireites and New Hampshireans, maybe, I don't know. Vermonters and their goddamn maple syrup addiction. Make American maple syrup great again. I don't even know if we're gonna have good maple syrup this year. I used to tap some trees nearby when I first moved to Michigan. I was tapping trees in an old golf course that was shut down. And I haven't tapped trees in years, but when I first moved here, we had the last cold winter. And from then on, Michigan has been very temperate. I think there has been one other year with like a cold snap. But the past 4 years, it's been warm, real warm, almost perfect. We're talking like above 30 degrees most winter days. As a matter of fact, the last 2 years, there was no skiing at all. The last 2 years, or the year before, had a little bit of skiing. And as a matter of fact, the NOAA forecast for this winter is for us to get snow, but it won't stick. So I don't know what to do. As a matter of fact, I was about to buy my season pass this year. I was making my plans for winter. Like, what are we going to do this winter? We're finalizing a bunch of plans. Like, what are we doing on Thanksgiving? What are we doing? It's like, we're either going to run a race or we were going to go to a parade. We didn't know if we wanted to cook Thanksgiving this year. My wife has to work this year. My wife has to work the Friday of Thanksgiving, or the Friday after Thanksgiving. But we're making plans, we talk about plans and then we hash them out over time and think them through. And we were discussing what our plans were for this winter. And I was looking at tickets for skiing, and I can't make my mind up. Like, there's a ski mountain there. There's a group of ski mountains you can get a local pass for like, I don't know, 3 mountains in Michigan and a few other surrounding states, Midwest type ski pass thing. The mountains suck. They're not good. They're not even mountains. If you're from New England, they're like I don't know, Blue Hills in Boston. That's about it. That's about what they got here. Literally that bad of a ski hill. I think Manchester, New Hampshire has a place that's really small. The high school kids all race at 2-3 runs, 500 not even 500 acres. I don't even know if it's 500 acres. Probably 250 acres, maybe 150 acres, maybe 250 at a large resort out here. So normally what I do is I get an Epic pass. I'm a veteran, so I get a veteran price for the Epic ski pass. There's one resort in Michigan, but that resort was not open last year. So I paid for my pass and didn't get any skiing in. The year before that, I think I may have skied once or twice at that mountain. This year I was considering changing my ski pass to this other mountain, this group of mountains in the Midwest, and I think they're 675, 700, maybe 720 or something like that for this other group of mountains. And I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, even if it snows heavy this year, our forecast is still for very warm weather. So it ain't like it's going to stick. So that would mean that maybe they're intermittently open and closed. And I doubt that I would be able to get more than 10 days. Their day passes, I think, $67. So I'd have to ski more than 11 times this winter to make that local ski pass worth the money. And it isn't. Even if we get snow, it's possible that the mountain is the local ski slopes there are open twice this year, 3 times max, because it's been so warm. And what else is crazy too? So it's really bizarre living in the Midwest. I can get an Epic ski pass, right? And I was looking at flights yesterday to Utah to go skiing at PCMR, and that's included in the Epic Pass. And I was like, man, I could fly. I was looking at tickets yesterday for $130, $120. I'm like, I could just get this fucking Epic Pass and make 3 trips out there. I don't even need to stay anywhere. I got friends everywhere in Park City. I can just crash at a friend's house and make it a weekend. And that's some fucking skiing. Like, you want some skiing, you ski Utah, baby. Period. Over any other resort in the United States. Utah's got the best, especially like Park City and heading up and also coming up from the valley. Some of the best skiing in the fucking country, period. Like, I think there's 17 resorts within 45 minutes of each other. It's just epic. It's like all the Colorado resorts in one place. It's that fucking epic. So I was talking to my wife about it, and I'm like, on the one hand, it's like, I got this, like, maybe you guys will understand this. So on the one hand, I'm getting to an age where I'm not enjoying family vacations like I once did. I don't know if can't tell if I'm getting old or it's too much work. Like, we raised our kids and like, we committed ourselves to so many years of like, we're going to have dinner every night as a family. We're going to go and do schoolwork and musical instruments and language learning or arts or crafts or you name it. It was always something, right? And you dedicate your life to that, raising children. It's a big dedication. We ran around and ran around and ran around and ran around and ran around for years and years and years and years and years. And our kids are getting to a point where they're getting just a little bit too old. My youngest is still young enough, but we're at this place where they were both slightly too young, but not too. They weren't too young, but they weren't old enough. So they would forget things that they shouldn't be forgetting, but they're kids, so they forget things. It's like you go skiing. Let's say I get on a flight and fly to Utah, and my youngest would forget, I don't know, her mittens, like basic stuff. And you're just like, oh God, I gotta go do this now. Oh, I spent all this time giving her a list and then checking all of her shit, and I fucking forgot the mittens. And you know, it's very much like Home Alone. It's like Home Alone. Like, everyone's running, everyone's working hard. You go on this vacation. It costs an arm and a leg every time. It's not cheap. And the older the kids get, the more expensive they become. They start being treated like adults, right? They get on a flight, it's an adult fare. Ski ticket, adult ski ticket. Like, everything is an adult. So I'm like, this shit's expensive. And they're not quite responsible for themselves. And that's the key, right? The kids are not quite responsible for themselves yet. And there's an idea or an understanding that because your parents are there, they will take care of everything for you, right? So we're kind of getting in this weird place where, which is fine and understandable. I'm not mad or anything about this, but we're coming to this age group where we don't have as many family dinners. They have their own plans, like children do. But if they want dinner as a family, we better be ready to make it. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, Daddy, I didn't go out with my friends tonight. Can we have a family dinner? And I'm like, oh shit, we're doing family dinner tonight? I'm like, oh, I wasn't prepared. Okay, that's what we're doing. So, and of course, that's a whole process, right? Project, cancel all your plans for the family dinner. And so some of that going on too with us. Like, so I'm thinking about ski tickets, and I'm like, well, I can't go out to Utah with the family 5 times this winter. Between the costs, the headaches, the nightmare. As a matter of fact, I was talking to my oldest daughter because when we go to we have a family athletic club that we go to, right, from time to time, and we're getting into that part of the year where we'll use it more. It's winter. Not a lot. There's a lot of misery in the Midwest in the winter. There's not a lot of outdoor things to do. Or it's just not, people are weird. They're not weird. Like, Midwest is like, when winter comes, everybody like locks themselves in or something. So we tend to use the athletic club more than usual. But I was talking to my daughter about this too, and this is the same, adjacent conversation. I'm like, when we go as a family to the athletic club, it's a fucking process. It's like 20 minutes there, 25 minutes to get ready to do a family activity, 25 minutes for everybody to be finished getting their shit done clean, and then another 20 minutes to get home. It's like an hour and a half and just processes. I was talking to my oldest, and I'm like, when I go to the club with you guys, Maggie my youngest daughter wants a specific amount of time in the pool, and of course I got to spend the time teaching her how to swim and all that kind of stuff. But then I want to go into the sauna. So like she's done, but I'm not, right? So a lot of like waiting for this to be done, waiting for that to happen, waiting for this to be done. So anytime I go to an athletic club or something like that, it's like a process. It's like hours later, 3 hours, 4 hours later. I was talking to my oldest about this, and I'm like, I don't want to be doing this. I don't want to be going to this club and making it 3 hours every night. I just don't have the fucking time. Personally, I want to like go to the club, get my shit done, and just leave. I don't want to get dressed there. I don't want to take a shower there. I don't want to do anything. So I'm like in, out, done. And same as with skiing. So I don't know what to do this winter with skiing. Because I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, I'd love to just start going to Utah this winter and make it a winter. Like I'll go every other weekend or every 3 weeks. I'll take a trip to Utah and go skiing. It'll be about the same price as what it would probably cost me to ski here. I was like, my only choices right now are do that, go alone, like solo travel, just go ski, back, boom, boom, right? Stay at a friend's house, I don't even know if I want a car. I just jump on one of those buses up from the airport, get dumped off right there and start skiing like a bum. I told my wife, I was like, I'll wear my ski shit. I'm not kidding. I'm like, I will literally dress to ski and just start skiing. Like ski 3 straight days, two straight days of skiing until I'm dead dog tired. And then just jump back on a flight home, and just to get it out of me, just get the skiing out of me. But then I told my wife, I'm like, but I could do that here. I could do that in the Midwest. Whenever it dumps here, like I'm a skier from out west, so how I ski versus how other people ski is way different, or at least Midwesterners. Not all of them. There are a lot of good park skiers from the Midwest, but if it's a powder day here, I'm just like, just tear up all the powder, ski out of bounds in this shitty trash hill. Just like blasting through everything. And lifties are watching me, they hate me. The ski patrollers are like, fuck that guy. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. I'm just here to tear it all up. I'm gonna eat all your powder in the next hour. You just watch me and just make lap. But that gets it out of my system too. I don't need to go to Utah to do that. If I can just get like 5 powder days in a winter, even in the shittiest hill, I don't care. I just got to get my turns in. If I can get my turns in, that fills everything I need. I don't need to go to Utah. I don't need to go anywhere else. I don't need to go to upstate New York. There's no point in going there, I guess. Like New York, New England, you might as well just fly to Utah and get real turns in with big mountain skiing. Have I done what? I don't even know. What does that even spell? SNOWBOARDED? Don't even know how to pronounce that word. Never heard of it before. What is that word? BOARDED? How do you pronounce that? What is that? Pronounce like knuckle or something? I don't know. Have you even? Oh my God. Fucking get on the flats and watch them all dragging their asses across the flats. Hell no. Ski. How do you expect to go off piste? Don't tell me a split board. I don't want to hear that shit. I've heard that about Swiss Valley. Tommy, yeah. Can I get a whip? Can you whip me? Reaching your hands out. Just give me the big old grab your pole, man. My other thought was to take up snow kiting. I've been saying I'm going to do it for years now, and I still haven't taken it up. I was thinking about doing snow kiting. I wouldn't have to leave if I did that. I could do that here. I could do that in like Belle Isle. And just kite around the island. That would get my fix in too. I hear there are a lot of snow kiters in the Midwest, or more in Wisconsin, but I've never done it. I've had a friend that did it, and I was scared shitless. I was like, "There's no fucking way." He would do it on the mountains in Utah, and he would jump trails, like literally over the trees and everything. It was insane. Man, no, not quite an adrenaline junkie. I'm seriously not. Like I've rock climbed, but I don't like it. I'll do it if I have to for technical stuff. Like if it's required for me to get something done, I'll do it. But I don't like skydiving. I'm not a downhill biker. I like single track. I like to hike. I like to single track or ride mountain bikes. So I like the loopy loops and the ups and downs and the round the bends and small jumps and that kind of stuff. In between the trees, single track bike rider. What else am I? I don't like to work. I don't like to earn my turns. I've done some off-piste stuff though. I have done some backcountry skiing. I have had a backcountry setup, but it's not. I like lift service now. I don't mind riding lifts all day long. What else? What else do I like to do? Hiking, biking, surfing. But even as a surfer though, my idea of surfing is wake up in the morning, get some breakfast burrito, go sit down by the water, start catching late afternoon waves into about 7 o'clock at night. Go out past 2 sets of breaks, smoke a bowl. Maybe take 5 to 10 sets, and that's it. And I'm done. Yeah, Anchorage. I thought about heading out west for. I've been saying I was going to head back out west right before COVID, and then we've had the discussion again of. I was thinking about going to SLT for a season. Check it out. I thought about Montana, but I can't. For me, I have one issue here for myself. I gotta say this.
Do you want to stay up to date?
I've fallen back in love with
payrolls. Then sign up
city amenities.
Offer or financial use
I fell out of. I never had a love. That's tough to say. Like I lived in New York City. Couldn't wait to get out of there. Lived in LA. Couldn't wait to get out of there. I spent a lot of time in like San Francisco, and by day 3, I want to get out of there. For some reason, I like Detroit. I don't know why I like it, but I really like it. It's got some great amenities. It's got great international cuisine, way better than American cuisine. It's got great shows. The music scene here is wonderful. It's got great art. It's got great architecture. It's got some good art. But I've been really digging the city. Like I was talking to my wife last night about Utah, and like Utah's changed a lot. Park City's changed a lot. There was an aspect to the community in Park City that was rad, but it's not the same community anymore. It's grown too much. So the food hasn't changed. The food's terrible there. The band scene there is outstanding. It's one of the best band scenes I've ever encountered. Free concerts all the time, cheap concerts, small groups. Sundance is kick ass, but I love the city, man. Like I've been digging on city life, and it's abnormal for me to like the city conveniences, like airport right there, arts, festivals, and all that kind of stuff. I've been digging on it, the amenities of a city. Matter of fact, I was talking to my wife. I thought about moving back to New York. I asked my wife if she'd be willing to move to New York City for a few years with my youngest once my oldest goes to college. We entertained the thought of it. See if we get one more pull down here. I don't know if we're going to go down into the close. So all I need is my ski fix. Like that's really all I need from Utah. Like Utah, Colorado, I just need my ski fix. But I really want the amenities nearby, and Salt Lake doesn't offer that. Salt Lake is it's progressive, but Utah's very Mormon. It's very bizarre when you don't spend a lot of time there and you come back, you're like, oh God, it's this shit. And it's very white. Shouldn't say that because I'm white, but it's very like bland. Mormon swingers. I like Utah. Don't get me wrong. It's got some of the best. Outdoor recreation in the country for varied recreation. The only two things I would say it's got lakes too. It's got reservoirs. The only thing it's really missing is an ocean. But for outdoor stuff, it can't be beat. I don't think like all around it can't be beat or can be beat. There's a couple close states, maybe Alaska or Montana, Colorado to some extent, and even New Mexico are close ties. And I think all those places beat California except for the oceans California has. Yeah, long trails, I'd put I don't know, CDT is pretty badass too. But again, it doesn't have the amenities, does it? CDT does not have, the Continental Divide Trail does not have amenities like the PCT. I like the amenities. I road bike too. Well, I don't road bike. I've got a city commuter bike, and I like to like do bike packing stuff, or like credit card bike, like traveling. Like I'll go on like a rail trail and stay in an Airbnb with my wife and things like that. Ride like 20, 30 miles, 100 miles, something like that, and be done. And I like that kind of stuff too. But I'm getting to this age though, where I'm getting older, and our family is starting to fracture, but not in a negative way. It's people are getting older, and they're doing their own thing a lot more than we ever have. And we're also not in that phase anymore of planned events where, you know, your kids do everything you do and you do things children focused. Even this weekend, I had time away from my children with my wife alone, and they were off doing their own Halloween things. They didn't want nothing to do with us this weekend. So what do, right? Do you, like that? And that's my question to my wife is like, you know, as these kids start doing their own stuff and we have more time alone, I'd like to have more, you know, us focused stuff. You know, maybe just you and I take off to New York for a weekend, or you and I just take off to go skiing and leave the kids here to hang around with their friends or whatever. Just a different. Did any of you guys ever go through that? Maybe somebody older than me can clue me in on this, because I don't have any experience with this aspect of raising children. Like we're moving into this new phase, raising kids. That's less family oriented. You want me to talk about IWM really quick? Yeah, hold on. I'll look at it right now. Here's IWM. On a daily basis here. Came up, made a nice couple new highs, right? We failed this high right here, didn't we?
Libyan National Oil Corporation says Libya's oil production is 1.5 million barrels per day.
This is back in November 2021, right? And we came back up, attempted it again, and we failed. Failed it back right here, and failed it again right here. So this failure here I didn't like seeing. So here's IWM. Someone's asked me to explain why it's turning down and not up. This high back here was trying to fight, and this high didn't get any higher, did it? It needed to get higher. So fairly simple, right? This failure here was not what I wanted to see. I always like to see, in price action at least, I like to see the new high and the prior high, even if we're going to roll down to go higher. Makes sense? Always like to see that. See, Tazo, you listening? You watching this right now? To me, the tick matters. Like, I need to see just the tick. I don't care if we pull back. I need to see the tick. When I don't see the tick, I get suspect. Now, I get suspect, right? That we're turning down, right? A series of higher lows on major highs is not giving me the confidence that I want. Get the high right there. They sold right into it. This one right here, we failed to get the new high over here. In this one right here, we failed to get the new high right here. So it's not that IWM can't scream higher. It's that because we failed this high right here in this prior high, we should likely go and check lower, below this, and below this, believe it or not. Now, am I guaranteeing we trade down here? No. We can. It's not like a rule, it's not like, hey, we have to go down there right now. It's required. But the look is lower. The look is lower. So if the look is lower, its price is going to check for lower. So that means we're turning down. Whether you like it or not, we're turning to the downside. I'll just write it right here. Turning down. Now, and that's what we did, right? Fuck you, we're going down. Right? Now, there is something to be said here. You want to now be paying close attention to, in this case, these two green, I'm paying close attention to these two green bars right here. It's okay to look lower, turn down and look lower. But if we begin to break down below key levels like this one right here, we're going to blast down here, believe it or not. So, even though this looks bullish, it may be bullish in a brief period of time. Right? We got a nice green candle here today. It looks bullish as all hell. Looks great. But I also want you to pay attention to the daily trigger here. We're still kind of, it's kind of flattening here, isn't it? It's not really vertical. It's not rolling over yet, but it's given the, hey, maybe we'll just take a quick turn down there. We'll roll this back down over there. The real dip buy is lower. So it's not that we can't go higher, or that turning down may be done, but we are turning down right now. So let's take a look at IWM a little bit closer here. So SPY is expected to go up 2%. 2% on the election, right? So you come up here, right? You get your election blow off volatility move, but then you fail that right there. You know, like the dealers are allowing that upside move to take place, but yet we're still looking at a downside move. So I have some concerns with after the election. And we got one, that's not quite two. I mean, that's good for bulls. No new, is that a new low or not new low? Yeah, we got a new low there too. You see it? It's there. There's your low. There's your new low right there. Things are kind of still looking bearish here for IWM. So if it was me, I'd be looking at where these guys are selling. These guys are, they're in here. See them? Just teeing off up here. Boom, downside. Boom, downside. And they're probably going to, I think, what they're going to try to do here
NYMEX diesel December futures settle at $2.28 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at $2.01 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $71.47 a barrel. That's up $1.98 or 2.5%.
It's like right there.
Natural gas December futures settle at $2.78.
So let's talk more about this too. So see that right there? 1, 2, 3, up, right? So if you were a buyer of IWM, where do you want to be a buyer so far? It's here, 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 here. Seems logical, right? Big, huge moves. Turning up, right? Turning up, turning up, turning up to some extent.
Protect your
But these are the sexy trades, aren't they, down here?
Financial Juice Pro.
Sexy trade,
Only 99
sexy trade.
Our real-time service.
So yeah, am I bullish right now? Yeah, I'm bullish. But that's the trade right there. That's the juicy trade. If you can get your hands on it. There's a possibility of like a fake out. Now, can you escape this? Yes. We can't escape it. If you can break out, you can get the daily trigger up here, the hourly trigger. Sure, we can escape that. But like this is turning down, so these sellers are waiting right here they're just waiting to sell it. I think the sell is higher, not lower too. I don't think it's right here. I think this is bullish interweek, but I'm gonna expect that there's sellers waiting up here to tee off. I think it's like Thursday, Friday, something like that. So turning down, turning up. Is that helpful? Yeah, cool. I can be wrong. Don't like, here's one where it didn't turn down, right? Here's one that was thrown right in a bear's face, right? Bro, we're going down here. Fuck you. We are. Right? So notice how this squeezes too. You see that price action, how it just squeezes? So let's look at that. I could be wrong here. But you want to be very aware of it too, right? We trade up here. Dun, 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 dun. you already know without a doubt they're going to try to sell it, right? No matter what. No matter what, they're going to sell that. Sellers will step in here. So what are you looking for? You get the new high, right? The new high. That's what? Bullish. We are now turning up, right? You get the new high, all bets are off. We ain't selling shit. It's closed short, super long. But we're not there yet, are we? We haven't even traded up here yet, so there's no way to say, which way it's going to go. Now, let's look at this on a daily basis. See if it can glean anything with momentum. It's slightly turning up, but still being sold. Being sold here. Weak. Yeah, it's not. Like, you want this right here. There can be an argument made that that's possible. It's possible. This is bullish. Daily velocity is bullish. Hourly is just getting going. I mean, I'd give you the I would give you right now it's bullish. But they're selling the fuck out of that monthly, and they're selling the fuck out of that quarterly. So maybe that helps. The Momo is not there. Like the bigger frame momentum to be like, like breaking out from the horrible consolidation that IWM's been in. And just look at that. It's like death and destruction. Ugh. So gross. Well, it's not bad. Just got to know how to trade it. Just does its thing. It's shit caps. Sorry. SPY has a little bit of that going on too, but not as much. Not as much. I think there's more violence ahead for IWM than there is for S&P 500. Man, what'd you guys say here? When your kids start doing their own things but can't yet drive, you become the Uber driver. Yeah, well, here's another thing. So I would talk to you guys about cars and stuff. I dropped my youngest off at a friend's sleepover for Halloween, right, over the weekend. And I don't know their parents' situation. I am assuming that they are a mixed couple. Like they both had children with different times in their lives, and they probably divorced and then got remarried. And I think the wife has younger kids, my daughter's age. And I think her husband had older kids from a previous relationship. And we had we were discussing driving. And so you guys talk about being the Uber and all that. This isn't everywhere in the country, but a lot of the country has changed rules for driving for teenagers, where it's made to be inconvenience for your child to drive before they turn 18. You can. There's no point in it. It's really bizarre. Like, I live in Michigan, at least. It's like a trap for kids to drive dirty, as they say in Detroit. Driving dirty is what they call it. People here won't drive with insurance. But Michigan in particular, and some other states are like this too, or have become like this. They have rules for kids. So my oldest can have a car and a license, but she's got like 20 different rules. Like, can't drive with friends, can't drive after a certain time. can't drive without, or can't drive like specific days of the week. Insurance for her is like 55 to 6,500 a year. Very expensive. Gas is expensive, right? Yeah, we talked about an electric car, but she also wants to have fun. But the rule between the rules when she can and can't drive, basically she has to drive with us still. Basically, the rules mean today that your child can have a license, but they can basically only drive with you. And I'm like, I ain't letting my daughter drive me around. That's a death wish. Let her do her own death wishing without me. So basically kids are driving dirty. So those rules are there so that your kid gets a record. Your kid gets caught driving with her friends. Gets caught driving when she shouldn't be. She doesn't have a job. So she's really restricted on when she can drive, when she can be on the road, who she can be on the road with, all this other stuff. So I looked at the cost of like buying a car, maintaining it, the fuel for it, even if it's electric, like cost of all of it, the insurance, the upkeep and maintenance. And I was like, it's cheaper for me to just get you an Uber. I was like, I'll get you a driver. I was like, here's your Uber app. I'm like, whenever you need a ride, just call Uber and we'll have them drive you until you turn 18. Now she's turning 18 this winter. She turns 18. So I told her, I was like, line up the schooling for the driver's ed. And her insurance will be cheaper. And then she doesn't have any more restrictions on her driving. And so we're back to buying her a car again. Now, I wanted to get her a Prius. Actually, I looked at a Tesla last week. I looked at a Tesla for her, too. And it was cheap. It was fucking cheap. I think it was 17 grand or something, or 14 grand. But I settled on a Prius. I'm like, she's young. She can destroy it. It gets like 50 miles to the gallon. It's a hybrid. They run forever. They're small. Then my wife talked to me and was like, she always wanted that Jeep Grand Wagoneer, or no, it's not Wagoneer, Grand Cherokee CJ7 or something. I don't know what it is. It's like the 4-door, like hard and soft top, expensive as fuck, brand new Jeep. And I'm like, I ain't doing that either. But my wife persisted, and I agree. My daughter, my wife said, "Can you get her something fun?" And even if she sells it in 6 months or a year, and I agree. Like, my daughter's awesome. She's a great girl. Let her have some fun. But I still don't want her to wreck this thing, so I asked her what she was open to, like old cars, like an old VW Bug or like an old Vanagon or some Vanagon. I don't know, like those kind of vehicles, like old ship boxes. She was down with that, but I don't want her to have that. I don't want to have something that's going to break down on her, or isn't safe. I did look at Jeep Commanders. Those are cheap. They're like somewhere around like $4,000 to $7,000. It's like a Jeep. It's got 4-wheel drive. If you get the nice one too, they got one with like a Hemi. It's got a Hemi 5.7 liter, so it's strong. It's got off-road quadra-track stuff going on, so she can take it out off-roading. It's got like the nicer one's got like leather and all that shit, and it's got like windows in the roof. So it's kind of like a Jeep. It's a little bit safer, a little bit more wheelbase, a little bit more. It's got more room. I don't think it needs to be brand new. I think she's gonna ruin this fucking thing, right? So what I was thinking was maybe like a Jeep Commander. I was thinking like 06 to 2011, somewhere in there. Get her a really nice one, wherever the top of the top of the line is, and she could have like safety and some security. It's not stupid. It's not boring like a Prius. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's not bad, right? I thought about some cooler shit too. I was like, what about getting her like an old Isuzu Trooper? That would be fun as fuck. I was like, get her a rodeo. That'd be blast. Those are old, super like cheap old school off-road vehicles. She likes to off-road and stuff. She likes to go trail riding and stuff like that. Overland, I think it's called. She likes that stuff. Yeah, RAV4, that's a kick-ass whip too. That's a great off-roader. Yeah, Jeeps are not known for reliability. They're not known for their like Jeep Wranglers, death traps. They don't drive fast. So some of my daughter, I'm like, you're not gonna get over fucking 55 on a highway with that fucking thing. It's me tracking all over the road. I'm like Wagoneer, not so bad. Or the Commander. What's the crash rating on a Commander? We should look at that next. Jeep Commander crash rating. 5-star. It's got a 5-star rating. I don't know what 5-star means, but got a 5-star rating. It's pretty safe. So I think it passes all those like litmus tests. I'd like to get her like a Toyota 4Runner but she's the first car. Remember, first car. Like kids do stupid shit. She's still a child. You know, like my wife does stupid shit. I told you she fucking crashed the goddamn truck again, right? Like, I'm done. I'm like, like literally, I just paid for her whole front end, back end, new tires, you name it, and she ran it over like she like drove over fucking sidewalk shit twice. Like I ain't doing it. I don't want to say women are bad drivers, but my wife is. She's like the absent-minded professor driving. But like kids in general, you know, it's good for them to have that responsibility, but they don't know. Like kids are learning, right? Like they don't know if they're doing something where the car is going to implode, doesn't have oil, puts the windshield wiper fluid in the bacon stretcher. I did that to my daughter. I actually did do that to my daughter once. The old like blinker fluid. I did send my daughter in for blinker fluid once. It was like go inside the store and get some ask the guy for some blinker fluid. Here's $20. They went in and did it. Take your sister with you. Yeah, I don't know that it's my oldest is my oldest is not a crazy driver or anything, but some of it's unawareness too, right? Like time on the road, awareness of dangers and hazards, and maintenance, and you know, running the gas down to zero, and keeping it on less than a quarter of a tank so the fucking fuel pump and filter gets clogged. So I don't know if we're going with brand new. I think brand new's out of the question. I think Prius is probably my choice. If I had a car if I had my pick, it would be a Prius. And someone here in the show, I don't know who it was, one of you guys, Career Low, somebody, Tesla Jess, somebody said once, now I haven't done this, but one of you like Tesla nerds was like, I guess you can get a Prius at auction that's busted. You want to get them, I guess when you buy a Prius, you want to get one that's like not running, and you can pay like $1,500 for them, and like $1,500 you can scoop them up. But the cool part is you can get new batteries for them, and like you expect to pay about $5,000 to $6,000 for one, but if you do it yourself, instead of buying something that's already done this work, If you theoretically, if you were to do it yourself, you get the car for like $1,500, spend another like $4,000, and you'd have invariably a brand new car again. The only thing that sucks about those cars though is I'm starting to see the wear and tear on them. That's one of the things about electric vehicles, right? They start to look dated, even if they can run for another 1,000,000 miles. You're like, yeah, that thing's seen some wear. It's seen some road. You can see it's getting a little long in the tooth there. Yeah, you rebuild them. Like there's like a whole underground thing with this. Like you buy them cheap at auction, and then you get this like some computer things in there. Like I forget. I went down the rabbit hole on it, but I forget now. It's like new computer, new batteries, and some other new parts, and then it's like invariably a brand new fucking car. The engine in it's like a 1,000,000-mile engine.
The RBNZ publishes their financial stability report.
What is this? Harris equals America less safe, recession, and more war. What? Fuck on out of here.
Farm payrolls. Then sign up today and get our special
repeating that, regurgitating that garbage. You believe that shit?
1 month.
Oh man.
I cannot corroborate those reports.
More war.
Now seeing Brent crude futures settle at $75.80 a barrel, which is up $1.98.
Oh, you've got an 11-year-old Prius in the garage? Right on, right on. I like the Prius, dude. I dig it. I could totally drive one. I'm down with one. I like it. It's small enough. It's compact.
The USC's North Korea
still got some good storage in it.
Rising to about 12,000. This is according to Pentagon spokesperson Major General Pat Ryder.
You would always shop at Trader Joe's if you had a Prius. Smug. Pull up next to another Prius driver. Well, I'd bring a wine glass too. Just like have a fart machine or something. Yeah, delete that garbage. That's like yeah. Do you have any Grey Poupon? But yeah, I looked at a Tesla. I was wondering what was wrong with this Tesla. I looked at it last week. I didn't go see it. I did inquire about it. I was like, what's wrong with this fucking car? There's something wrong, probably. These guys not telling anybody. I was thinking Tesla. Tesla be dope. She'd like that. She'd like the Tesla. Oh, well, the women are having. There goes Addie. She's like, "Do you want to give her the Y? I'll give her the Y." women power. I got roped into that this week or last week. My wife was like, "My wife's like, you want the pussy pass? You gotta vote the way I want you to vote." I'm like, "Okay, done." That wasn't a hard ask, honey. Deer resistant. What do they call those things? I used to live out west. We all had like the cages. If Montana, whoo. And we used to have like I forget what they're called anymore, but if you had a truck or a vehicle out, and if you lived out west, you always had to have like everyone had the neck rack. If they worked the oil fields, you had the shaker bar or something it's called. I forget what it's called. And then everyone had a rack in the front of their trucks because they'd mow down. What are those fucking things called? Not just deer, but there's it's not a gazelle. I forget what it's called. Like Montana, everywhere in Montana at nighttime, you can see their eyes on the side of the road. They call them a rhubarb in Australia. Yeah, brush guard, basically, right? Montana, you'll see Montana's like that. Montana's like one of the most dangerous places I've ever driven with animals. Of any state. Like if I've ever been in a state where I'm afraid to drive at nighttime, it's Montana. Yeah, I know. She can't make me vote how she wants. It's abuse. I did do the early voting. I brought my oldest daughter with me. I did do early voting. You know what I got to do. A little bit of bear flag forming up here. Maybe we can get a little bit more blood and I can get that dip that I want down there. Come on down, baby. What do you guys, let me ask you another question. Do you guys think, we'll talk election. I don't mind talking election with you guys. I know you guys are all ready for it. Do you guys think that, let me ask you some serious questions, or let me ask some off-topic questions. I saw someone commented some regurgitated garbage earlier. I'll ask you something different, but about it. Do you guys think that, regardless of who wins the election, do you think that things get crazier or less crazy? Like, do you think people just like calm the fuck down, or do you think that regardless of outcome, people are going to lose their shit? I feel like everyone's like, I want this fucking thing behind me. I don't care what the outcome is. Like, I think that people are at this point where they're just like, fuck it, I'm done. I'm checked out. I've had enough. Do you think that, or no? I think that. I think people are like tired. You think crazier? Near term crazier. Long term, let's see. I personally feel it would be a decisive enough election where it's not riots in the streets. I don't, I feel like I feel like there's like an anticlimactic moment coming. I think it can ramp again in the future. I think that you might see, like, I don't fucking know. If Trump wins, you'll see Democrats take to the streets eventually. I think you might see if Kamala Harris wins, you might see, I don't know, MAGA reorganize and protest or something, or do some crazy shit in like 2 years, try to overtake the country or something. Great, fucking, what are they doing? Civil War shit. But I don't know if there's going to be much after the election. That's my point here, is like immediately after the election. I feel like people are like, fuck it, I'm tired. Like, put the fucking, the costumes down for 10 minutes. Like, I'm going to go and do Thanksgiving. I'm going to go make some turkey. I'll be back. Oh, you do, Goliath? That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if it's like, I don't think anyone's priced that in. I don't know if anyone said, like, is there just a sigh of relief that the election is done? This election in particular was crazy. I feel, or I don't know if it's feel. Yeah, maybe. I want to know from older people, like, when was the last time you felt like you've gone through an election like this? I'm assuming maybe in the 1965 to 72, 4, somewhere in there, maybe last time. Have you ever experienced an election cycle quite like this? This one feels like it was intense. Does this one feel intense to you guys? Like more intense than ever before? Or no? Am I wrong in this? Yeah. Hopefully it calms down. Both sides are tired of campaigning. I was thinking that same thing. Like, this one was busy. Yeah. Bitcoin will rally with Trump. Trump will keep jobs in the USA. What do you think will happen with more of the same? I don't really know. I've looked at Trump's proposals and Kamala's proposals and what Wall Street says. Well, if your question is, will Bitcoin will rally with Trump? I don't think it matters. I think it rallies regardless of who the
The
president
RBNZ
is.
released their financial
I
stability
don't think it
report.
matters if
Again,
it's
that's one
Harris or
link to the
Trump. You're going to
RBNZ
see
financial stability
Bitcoin
report.
go to 100,000, 130,000 actually, regardless of outcome. Trump will keep jobs in the USA. Every president in modern history has instituted tariffs and also has instituted bans on foreign countries' importation of goods. You can Wikipedia that if you want. You can go to Wikipedia right now, type in tariffs, and then read through it. And it really hasn't mattered who the presidents were. And none of them have been rescinded either, no matter who's been president. Those tariffs have all stayed in place, I believe, in the last 6 presidencies. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors out there, but when you look at over, regardless of who's the president, I don't know if they matter as much as they like to feed us to eat. And I think you'll see more tariffs even from Biden. I realize too there's probably a distinction between threatening tariffs and implementing the tariffs that he says he's going to do. And I don't think everyone's far off with each other either. I think the real issue here right now, I'm going to bring this up to you directly. I've said to post it 2 or 3 times now. So, people aren't as far away as you think they are from each other. I think people like the idea of immigration reform in general, like most people, but with no real plan, or before you burn it all, no plan. That's an issue. Do you want immigration reform? I think most people do, but they want a plan in place that's rational. And not just we're going to break out the military and round everybody up, round up all the illegals. Like, that just sounds pure insane. It sounds pure insanity, just to be honest with you. The rational, silent majority that still is open to immigration reform probably is not on board with calling out the fucking, the ATF and the Border Patrol and Homeland Security and all these actionable authorities to round people up. They don't want to see it. They want they want reform. So that there's a big difference between rhetoric and stumping and actually what's going to happen.
Challenges are back in focus as inflation recedes.
Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean, but same thing with tariffs.
Says the financial system remains
most of our presidents have
economic downturn
implemented tariffs, all of them. But you have to be measured, and you have to
New Zealand's financial system remains
negotiate. And there's a lot of work that has to be done in the background. It's not just tomorrow night we're going to do 100% tariffs. And further, when you repeat stuff like that, right?
RBNZ says debt servicing costs are nearing their peak and beginning to decline, with advertised mortgage rates falling over the past 6 months.
I don't always know who you are, so I don't know what your situation is. So I was having this discussion earlier this week. I was talking to Winky about it, I think. But you don't know what people's situations are. You don't know if they're regurgitating because it's stumping and rhetoric. If it's meant to divide people.
Protect your
you don't know what their financial situation is. You don't know if they got washed out maybe and they're just angry. You don't know if they're sociopaths, psychopaths. You don't know if they're, I don't know, their wives left them.
Challenges to some
so they're just angry now. You don't know if they have mental health issues. You don't know if they're very poor.
Slight increase in non-performing
never had a leg up, right? Everybody has different situations, right? So the background of where that argument's coming from, or the reality of it, or even the implications. Did you go to college? Did you go to school for economics? Did you go to school for history? Do you have a background in this stuff?
Strength of our financial system.
Surface level, just listening to rhetoric? I don't know.
Uncertainties and challenges.
Those statements on their own are kind of scary to me. And that's rhetoric from both sides. I don't care if it's Republican or Democrats. Democrats say the same stupid shit, just on the opposite side, and you're just like, that ain't ever happening. Fuck they talking about over there? The crazy people. So when it comes to like stuff like Bitcoin, I think it's going to go to 130 regardless. 100, 130. I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. Do I think that Trump would bring peace in Ukraine and Israel? I don't know. I don't know that it's matters what Trump wants in Ukraine. In particular, I think Ukraine decides what their fate is. So no, I don't really think. I don't know that I can answer that for you. I understand. What I can't understand is this. I understand how close Moscow is to Ukraine, and Ukraine is like a buffer state. I understand that logic. I understand why Russia wants to put more space between, or theoretically put more space between themselves and the the West. But that's not all they want, though, is it? And I'm not a fan of Russia at all. So if Ukraine doesn't want to stop fighting, I like supporting Ukraine. I like them taking out more Russians, and oligarchs, and that government in particular. I'm not pro Russia. What else there? Israel and Iran. And Israel and Iran. So there's a deal going on right now with Israel and Saudi Arabia. Iran wants to disrupt that deal. Do you know that? There's a deal going on right now between Israel and Saudi Arabia for the stability of the Middle East. This is a function likely of what's going on with Iran, right? Not to lose sight of what the initial, like, why Hezbollah did what it did, Lebanon. It's a disruption of something that brings stability, a deal that brings stability to the Middle East already. So I'm not a fan of Iran's regime either. So I kind of like the fighting right now, to be honest with you.
$2 million to Senator Cruz's re-election.
I'm not anti-fighting. I'm a veteran. I was in the Army 12 years. I did 4, and then I did 8. Joe Rogan. What do I think about? Harris can't do Joe Rogan podcast. Doesn't that concern me? I think that Joe Rogan is great to listen to for entertainment. For forming my opinions, it's one of the worst sources out there. So I think as long as it's entertainment, Joe Rogan's fine. I am not on board like Joe Rogan being the new media or anything like that in any way, shape, or form. I think he's a net negative for information, at least. Not a fan of Joe Rogan as your source of news at all. I'd say pick up a book and read. What else I got here? Yeah, these aren't things that people haven't said, even themselves, right? Elon's honest about a lot of stuff, right? A lot of Tesla bulls hate me because I'm like, hey, even Elon said this. I'm like, these guys don't lie, or a lot of these guys don't lie about this shit, do they? Hey, Joe said that too, right? Joe Rogan. He said like one of the worst sources for accurate information. The sauna thing. I really enjoyed Joe Rogan better pre-days when he would ask a lot of questions and not talk much. When he would when he's like there was like a pivot from where he did lots of interviewing and left it up to the people to speak. Now he does a lot of conversation. Do I like Joe Rogan, though? Yeah, I got nothing wrong with him. No issues with him. The only issue that I have, if I had an issue with Joe Rogan today, that would just be, we have like quasi news. Like, I'm not a fan of our news organizations either. I'm very disappointed. This is really weird. I don't think a lot of people are far off. I don't think that, like, if you were to speak to a Democrat or Republican, they have a lot of the same concerns. I have a lot of friends that are both Democrat and Republican, and I'm shocked at how closer they are in private conversation than publicly. I think that's shocking. I don't know if it's shocking to me or I find it wild. Like even myself, I don't like, not just don't like, there's so much misinformation in social media. It is fucking wild. It's one of the worst sources for news. But even the news media is one of the worst sources of news too. They're not mutually exclusive. And there's an argument being made right now that social media is better. But it's not. Like, it's kind of like that. We're moving from a society that reads books. I don't mean the internet. Books. Like, what we're consuming. And also, everything is a sound bite today. We try to. I posted this on Twitter recently. It was a video that I posted about people are still reading. They're reading like text on like TikTok videos and shit. But you can't encapsulate a lot of these things, a lot of these topics in a TikTok video or a YouTube video or even a long form video from an institution. You can't really encapsulate some of this stuff. You really need to read books. Like, so if you believe this stuff, like if you're like, hey, I like tariffs, it's a good one to really rabbit hole into. You really need to spend some time, buy like 3 or 4 books on 3 or 4, maybe even more, 10, 12 different economic theories. Read those books so you get a firm understanding of what the impacts of tariffs. You should probably read some history books too, because they don't economists hate to mix economics with history. Historians hate to mix economics with history. If you speak to a historian or an economist, they like cleanliness in their theories. They like things to be clean. They don't like to mix that stuff. They don't like to mix war. Ask an economist about war. They hate it. It's like a taboo subject. Super taboo subject. Or like the impact on their economic theory. What's the impact of war or bad characters or bad actors? They don't want to answer that either. Ever. So I should be more specific. You'll meet economists that speak about war, but you'll never see like an economist want to address the impacts of reality on their theories. Like you get a bad actor, right? You have an oligarch in Russia right now, and you can't. That doesn't jive with free market system, right? So it doesn't jive, does it? If you've got people in the background, their intent is to use free market to get a leg up, right? Destroy maybe your infrastructure of your capability to produce certain goods, right? If I can wipe out the U.S. steel industry, they can't build ships, right? That means I can build my own ships, and one day I can become number one in the world. That doesn't jive with modern economic theory in the U.S., does it? So, I would say that like when you watch Joe Rogan or you watch whatever your favorite thing is, and I personally can't stand the news organizations. They frustrate me. Frustrates me that with that, like ABC, NBC, in particular, those are funded by taxpayers. We can't get straight news. It's always opinionated. It's always garbage. Sometimes it's like bought and sold, like a commodity. I miss that about our country. Like, it's hard to just get the fucking facts, right? And even then, so another part of my life, I had to rely upon news media to promote businesses that I was trying to turn around. And it was shocking how much that was reported was bought and paid for, or a person didn't like you, or did like you, or you had to repair relationships. And even news media was complicit, oftentimes in my history with them, where you didn't really get the real true story. But when I was in the Army, same thing. I was in the Army, and every time I go to the fucking DFAC, I'd be watching Armed Forces television. I'm like, that's not what's happening right now. They're reporting on something I'm here doing right now, and that's not what's going on. So it's hard to trust your sources these days. So I would also say to you, if you believe these things, I would say start reading some fucking books. Like at base, get on Wikipedia. Just like read about tariffs. Find out some information on tariffs. Get down a few rabbit holes. Then start getting some books. Start reading about tariffs and their implementation. And then form your opinion on that stuff. Because today we don't get that, do we? I don't think we get that. Yeah, it's all it's all of it too. It's everywhere. How about financial news? Financial news is atrocious. It's a fucking grift. It's basically like a late night advertising, isn't it? Like it's fucking bullshit. So you just asked me that question again. So what informed, educated reason is there to vote Democrat? Or character, military experience, or family? So I think the idea here is that people are not too far off from each other. I'll say it one more time. I'll just wrap it up. I'm not going to address it again. But I think people are not that far off from each other. It's do you want to ride the crazy train there, or do you want to do it rationally? And those two things are not happening right now. We have we're running into like populist politics, and we still have like this corporate Democratic party. We have this like populist Republican party. It's not Republican anymore, right? It's like MAGA driven, right? We could say that, right? Populist driven party. And populist parties populist politics are they're cheap politics, maybe. They're not really based in actual policy. So I say that about our Democrats oftentimes. If the Republicans were able to put together an actual fucking plan to do that stuff that doesn't sound fucking pure crazy town, they'd probably win. I wouldn't doubt it. And I don't see Democrats as being progressive at all. I don't see them being as progressive as maybe you say they are. I see them more like Republican in my own true view. Like when I look at like Kamala Harris and Biden, they're like Trump light. That's what I call those guys. I call them both Trump light. They're a more palatable form of Trump. Mm. Mm. He's saying Rogan has become a really good interviewer. I got no like or dislike of Joe Rogan. I got nothing. The only thing that I would say is if he brings up a point that fancies you, and you're like, you know what? He's right. This is wrong or that is wrong. I would say research it. Every time I would go down the rabbit hole on it. Read a book about it, the topic that he talks about or brings up. Green New Deal is scary with all the additions and effect on farmers. I got ranchers in my family. You know, I don't want to touch on that subject. And them not wanting us to eat meat. I'll tell you a story about not wanting you to eat meat. Do you remember? If you remember, what's this stuff called? What was that meat? Beef. It was like meat. What was the stuff they were putting in hamburgers? It was like meat. It was like sluice. No, not glue meat. Was it glue meat? Meat glue is a protein used to bind different meats together, but no, pink slime. Thank you. Who said that? Citazo. So I'll tell you about meat. So my family has a fucking huge ranch. Fucking huge. It is huge. They're ranchers. Remember when pink slime went into the news? So I was there for a family reunion, and they were laughing their asses off. They're like, "Why these people don't want to eat pink slime?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? That sounds gross." They're like, "If we didn't make pink slime, there wouldn't be any fucking burgers." And I'm like, "Huh?" And they're like, "We don't produce enough." Like the demand for meat today is fucking huge around the world. The U.S. in particular has an appetite for meat. They can't produce enough. Like when I talk to my family, like if we didn't have pink slime, I think they have it again. I think we'd actually. It's either like they do pink slime still to this day. It's just not exact. It's like now within the new rules for it. You guys know what pink slime is? It's nasty shit. You guys know what pink slime is? Yeah. It's like all the leftover meat. They just grind it all up, liquefy, puree it. But there's not enough meat. Like prices would be through the fucking roof. Don't you notice it when you're at the store? Like when I go to the store, right? We talked about this recently, right? When you go to get chickens now, even some of the free range, like organic chickens, they're growing those fucking things. You can see the ribbons of torn tissue in the breasts. You can actually see it. It tastes woody because they just can't make enough. It's because of you. Yeah, delicious seasoned puree parts. Like you guys want your fucking hamburger and you want it for $2. It's like my family's like, how are we giving $2 hamburgers? Pink slime. And these are Republicans. They're Republican. They're Republican as they come. If we had a more efficient supply chain, farmers and ranchers get more money instead of distributed process, we have more supply. Yeah, that's a problem. We also have there's also problems with like corporate farming, corporate ranching, consolidation of those industries. There's a lot of welfare that goes along too, right? You guys know that like ranchers and farmers are all on the dole. And I mean, I get it. Why too? And it's weird too. It's like in my family's ranch, it's like feast or famine. They make really good money. They're very wealthy, but it's a weird wealth. It's like it could be gone tomorrow kind of wealth, or they don't know if they have like a nightmare scenario with weather, or much more it's weather, usually weather. Sometimes it's also falling out of favor or demand, supply and demand. They have to switch sometime. They've raised, like, they'll go like raise cattle for a bunch of years, and they raised alpaca for a bunch of years. It's like if prices bottom out on a crop or on livestock, they can get really fucked pretty badly. Yeah, you can look up pink slime if you want. Here, I'll tell you guys. I'll describe it to you right now. Hold on. Pink slime. It's a meat. It's a lean, finely textured beef. Boneless lean beef trimmings, colloquially known as pink slime. It's a meat byproduct used as a food additive to ground beef and beef-based products. It's used as a filler to reduce the overall fat content of ground beef as part of production process. Heat and centrifuges remove the fat from the meat and beef trimmings. Resulting paste without the fat is exposed to ammonia gas or citric acid to kill bacteria. It's approved. The product's approved for limited human consumption. The product, when prepared using ammonia, is banned for human consumption in the EU and Canada. You can actually smell this on meat products sometimes. If you have a really good, if you got, what are you doing here? You're gonna start squeezing it. I can smell it. I can smell the ammonia smell. like poorly made, like ground beef in like tube packages at the grocery store. Oof. Like you crack them open and you can sniff it, and you can sniff it in the meat. In 2012, ABC News series about pink slime included claims that approximately 70% of ground beef sold in U.S. supermarkets contained the additive at the time. Some companies and organizations stopped offering ground beef with the product. Pink slime was claimed by some originally to have been used as pet food and cooking oil, and later approved for public consumption. But this was disputed in 2012. The product is regulated in different manners and in various regions. I mean, think about that. 70% of the ground beef in the United States uses pink slime. In 2018, lean, finely textured beef was reclassified as ground beef by the Food Safety and Inspection Service of the United States Department of Agriculture. So it's now called ground beef. So pink slime is now ground beef in the United States by definition. In the no one cares anymore, right? They got stinky in 2012, and now you just eat it. You're welcome, Surfex. Go Canada's got the best beef, baby. Ugh, gross. I'm reading the stuff down here about pink slime right now. I actually do grind beef. I was just talking to Joe Donut about it. I was going to grind up some ribeye burgers. You guys reading this stuff on pink slime? You got like chickens that don't taste like chicken anymore. Oh yeah, baby, lean, finely textured beef. Mmm. Look at that stuff. Yummy. Mmm. I actually made chili this weekend, right? And you know what I did is I took beef short ribs and I ground them up in a food processor. That shit was dank. Like ground beef from short rib. Woo! Fire. Lean, finely textured beef. Mmm. Oh, yeah. mm. But it was funny because my family they were like and they're right. Like now these are farmers, right? Salt of the earth people, and even they know that we're out of our minds if we think that if we would stop making that shit. We just don't have enough product, not enough supply. You're glad you're vegetarian? I've become more vegetarian as I've gotten older. I have a harder time processing meat, like eating meat, in my diet. I've eaten less meat as I've gotten older. And I like meat. I like steak. Or I used to like steak, I should say. I don't demand it as much as I used to when I was younger. I like fish still. I love, like, I've become, I eat a lot more, like, I eat a lot more fish. I eat a lot of oysters now. I used to never eat a lot of oysters. Shellfish, I've gotten back into some shellfish. I've been liking really good, high-quality chicken lately, too. I love veal still to this day. I shouldn't say that I like veal, but, oh, God, I love veal. Veggie burger. I used to make veggie burgers years ago. I haven't made a veggie burger in a long, long time. You know what else I like a lot more now? I've been eating oats. I've been eating oats for, like, if I wake up early in the morning, I'll eat oats. I've been eating a lot of oats. Can't believe it. Sardines are great. Love sardines, umami, baby. I like adding sardines to just food. Yeah, I like, so I haven't been doing well with like, here's what's weird. So I'm getting older. I don't do well with sugar like I used to. Like sugary drinks and stuff. I drink a lot of water now. I do have sugar in my coffee. But I don't do well with, like, my kids like juice drinks and stuff. I don't like like sugar anymore. I can't tolerate a ton of heavy hard meat. Like grilled meat every day. I can't do it like I used to. Ooh, savory oats. Haven't had those. I haven't had savory oats. Yeah, I love shellfish, and I love, like, tuna right now. I still love fucking tuna. I shouldn't, but I still fucking love tuna. I love raw tuna to this day, and I like high quality chicken. Like, I just even told my wife recently, I was like, I don't want you to ever bring chicken back in this house ever again unless it's young, tender chicken. Like, I don't care where you get it. I don't care what you pay for it. I was like, I don't want that gross, diseased, gross, woody tasting chicken. Blah. Nasty. Yeah, I made some chili over the weekend. I took whole dried chilies. I cooked those bad boys up. I made a chili slurry, and then I had bone stock, beef stock in the freezer. I reduced that shit down really low. Then I actually chopped up pork. I had trimmings from a pork roast. Chopped all that stuff up in the food processor. Chopped up some beef short ribs. And then I used like 3 or 4 different kinds of beans. Oh, man. I put some green chilies in that shit, too. Finished it with New Mexico fucking green chilies. Oh, my God. And I did the spread for it, too. It was so fucking good. I'm going to have it for dinner tonight. I got to have it for dinner. I made a ton, dude. I made like a big, giant pot of that shit. Some chopped up tomatoes, some tomato puree. Ooh. Ooh. Hatch season, baby. You guys know about Hatch green chilies? Oh, my God. You go to like a Walmart parking lot, and there's a Mexican over there, and you buy like a bushel of green chilies, and they roast them right on the side of the road for you. Oh. so dank. I want to tell you guys something, okay? I got to tell you guys something. If you have never had Hatch green chilies, right? You got to stop everything and just start adding that shit to your life. Like, just, I don't care if you, I mean, canned green chilies, like like Hatch green chilies canned, they kind of suck. But I'd say that's almost an umami thing. You can just add a can of that shit to anything. Like, I don't care what you're making. It'll change your world. There's like a couple things that'll change your world that I loved about New Mexico, like Hatch green chilies. That they can't do any wrong, in my view. They make everything taste fucking awesome. Burgers, you name it. Mac and cheese, doesn't matter. There's another cool thing, too, that I always like. That I always like to use that I don't talk a lot about is a little bit of nutmeg. A little bit of nutmeg. A tiny hint, faint whisper of nutmeg. Sometimes allspice, but allspice, nutmeg. Woof. You think a lot of people would cut meat out if they had to process it all themselves, raise the animals, kill the process? So I used to raise chickens and rabbits. And this is a true story. 5 friends, all chefs, best restaurants in town, invited them all to process rabbits with me. They all said they were coming, and they didn't come. Oh, God, I would love it to go down here. I just want that so bad. Let me just touch it really quick. Let's lick it. Slap it a little bit. Mess around down there. Oh, God, just get down there. They didn't show up. These fucking chefs refused to show up. So I go to, like, one of them's a close friend of mine, like close. And I'm like, dude, why didn't you show up? And he's like, I'll be honest. I didn't want to see you killing the rabbits. I'm like, you motherfuckers. Oops, sorry. Like, what the fuck do you mean you don't want to see me kill rabbits? I'm like, this is where you get your food. Like, we want the rabbit meat. We just don't want to see you dispatch them. I'm like, huh? Put the chicken in the cone. I used to have a kill box for, I don't know if that's what you mean. I used to have a kill box for rabbits. It was like 2 pieces of wood. You slip their neck into the 2 pieces of wood, and you pull down on their legs really hard. And you break their necks. It's very painless death. But you got to do it. You got to commit to it. Is that what you're talking about? Same thing for the chicken, right? Chickens. I used to kill them by cutting their heads off. Although I've seen chickens get strangled and pulled as well. Why my party killed your friend the squirrel? I liked raising animals. I loved raising chickens. Chickens are fucking dank, man. If you raise chickens, oh my God, they're so goddamn good. And chicken eggs, like fresh chicken eggs, oh. And I never had the land to raise like anything larger than rabbits, but I love rabbit too. Rabbit's fucking dank. Like when you break down a rabbit, like you get the legs and you get the thigh, and then you get this like tenderloin. Oh my God, that tenderloin! Save up a bunch of tenderloins. They're little tiny things. They're like this big, little. Usually you keep those as you're processing to cook the legs for people. Oh my God! Any of you guys ever eat rabbit? Rabbit's fucking amazing. Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, you put it in the cone, right? I love rabbit. It's like chicken and pork. It's like a mix between chicken and pork. What's up, buddy? Yeah, it's banging. Rabbit is fucking banging. It's banging. I've never cared for a lot of other stuff. Like, I've tried a lot of different stuff, but I've never cared for too many more meats. Like, Sometimes I like venison. Goat. Goat's an acquired thing. Papooses are pretty good with goats sometimes. Cabrito. I saw that you're Doug Fuller. Dank. Excellent. What does dank mean? When describing something as moist or humid, like a basement. Dank is a slang term describing something as excellent, especially marijuana. Dank can also refer to memes that are played out or extremely weird. Oh, dude, if we can come down to this bell, oh, just do it. Just go down there so I can get my I didn't buy a spread, so come on down, baby. Come on down. Give me some of that election doom, baby. Give me election doom. Election doom. That's all I want. Election doom. Can also be just used to describe IPA. I've never had monkey meat. I've had alligator. It's kind of boring. I didn't mind alligator meat. I've eaten shark. Didn't care for it. Must be a cultural thing. I've eaten dog. Ate dog in Korea. One and done on that. What else have I eaten? I've eaten like elk and deer, the usual suspects. I don't care for lamb. Sometimes I'll eat lamb if it's like a kick-ass restaurant or something. I feel like a James Baird shit, I'll eat lamb. But I don't seek it out. You know what else I never liked? I never liked corned beef. I like pastrami. Can't stand corned beef. I don't like the connective fat. When you pull the little meat strands out, it's very fatty. It's very connective fatty. I could never get over the grossness of it. So I don't eat corned beef at all. Don't like it. Don't care for it. What else? What else have you eaten that's kind of weird? I've never eaten like raccoon or squirrel or any of that stuff. I've had friends eat that shit. I've never eaten any of that stuff. I've never eaten cougar. I've never eaten. I've never had bear meat. I've seen bear meat. I've had friends with bear meat. I've never eaten it. I've eaten Rocky Mountain oysters. I've eaten those. I love frog legs. I used to hunt frogs when I was a kid. We'd bring the frogs back to my uncle. My uncle would come over and he'd cook them for us. You guys ever had frog legs? Those are delicious. Don't ever get the frozen ones. Those are gross. Frog legs, you want to catch them yourself to eat them. They're dank. They're really good too. Escargot. I've had it. Would never ask for it. That's another thing. Like, what's the other one there? Fuck. What? Hold on here. Give me a second, guys. Duck. I'll eat duck. It's very contextual for me. I love duck confit. I like when it's potted. Especially like a potted dish. I'll love that shit. But like, I'm not a fan of just like duck breast, duck leg. Goose, I'll pass on. I like a bunch of different hens though, or a bunch of different game birds. I like poussin. Poussin, I like that. I like pigeon to some extent. There's a bunch of game birds that I do get down though on. That's what alligator's got this weird like texture thing. It is chewy. It's got, if you've ever seen alligator before it's cooked, it's got like ribbons of chew in it that I'm not a fan of. What does it remind me of? It reminds me of a certain other meat too, and I don't remember exactly what it is, but there's like these ribbons of I don't know what it is. It's in that alligator meat, but never had an antelope. I've never eaten antelope before. I've never had snake. I've ever had snake. I don't know if I've ever had snake. I don't think so. What does snake taste like? I have a lot of like weird things. I have really like pickles are very contextual for me. Like I need them to be in a specific situation. But I'm not the guy that'll ever like go make pickles and just start eating them. What else? I'm trying to think of anything else maybe I've eaten. Never eaten turtle that I've known of. There's anything else that I've eaten that's not anything fucking weird. I've eaten bugs before. I did like a tasting with bugs and shit. It didn't do anything for me. Oh, babe, just come on down. Okay, so let's do an expectation for tomorrow. For a couple of things for the election. My daughter is a ballot counter. I went down and did the training with her. I have to go with her tomorrow for the election. This is what I'm going to tell you guys, okay? So we're coming to the end of the day. It's 3:46, okay? First off, please, you are all Americans, especially my American friends here. There are people from other countries here, but listen to me. You're an American. Please remember that. Above all else, you are an American. Try your best, no matter what the outcome of the election is, to, lose or win with dignity. You know what I'm saying? People get very emotional, especially this election. They've gotten very emotional. Both sides. Try tomorrow. People are stressed. People are like, I'm reading some stories here about like the National Guards being called out around the country. Like, try your best the next day or two, regardless of outcome, to not be a fucking asshole to people. If you can. I'm going to ask you guys that. Try. Don't be burning down bridges with people that you like normally over an election. That goes for anybody in the Discord, too. Like, just try. There are always winners and losers. And if you're a loser, you lose. Your candidate loses. My candidate loses. It's okay. The world is not over. Your candidate is lost. Remember that. Okay? Like, you're going to be coming out of something that's been turned into an intentional emotional roller coaster for people. So please, stay safe tomorrow. Be patient with people. Like sometimes you're having a bad fucking day, and that one person holds the door open for you or shows you an act of kindness, and you really fucking needed it. Try to have some of that compassion and empathy tomorrow, if you can, rather than just shitting on people and being like, fuck you, go away, or whatever the fuck it is you're going to do. Okay? So just that, okay? Now, this is what I want to talk to you about here. Into tomorrow. Expectations have not changed, okay? Can I do this over here, maybe? rid of those.
So 1 minute remaining now till we get the market on close imbalance.
The expectation here tomorrow is an upside move. And that expectation is more of a function of blowing off the volatility of the election. If they don't blow any shit up tomorrow, we don't have anything bad happen tomorrow, right? The expectation is going to be an upside move for the rest of the week, okay? Now, can we blast down here and crash in tomorrow? I don't know, Thursday, Friday? Sure. Are we bearish here overall? Yes. I want you to be aware of that too. That, you get the squeeze up and they roll you back down afterwards. Okay? But you take that election volatility off the table, we should squeeze. Be aware of that. 2% minimum.
The S&P 500, a sell side of 1.1 billion. NASDAQ 100, a sell side of 1 billion. Dow 30, a sell side of 635 million. Mag 7 stocks, a sell side of 510 million.
Further, if you're trying to get long as a bull, we have an election tomorrow. This is not the time to be getting long as a bull. You want price to have gone above with a new high, successfully backtest the hourly trigger and the daily trigger, okay? To get long. That's when you can get long. Or you are waiting for a new low down below. And some of this volatility has passed. If something bad were to happen tomorrow, somebody blows up some shit, sets fire, fucking whatever the craziness, like election contention, or I don't know. We don't know who the winner is. We don't know who the winners are in the Senate or the House. And we start getting more volatility in the middle of the month. We have to wait until that volatility passes and you can buy a dip. So it's either here on excess, an excess downside move, or it's a breakout above the daily trigger with a successful backtest of the hourly trigger. Now, is this possible? This is the bottom? Yeah. Can you get tactfully long here? Yes. With nice firm stops below, you can. But if you're looking for like, hey, Cap, are we out of the blue right now? We aren't. We're not out of the blue here. Do I think we crash tomorrow? Like, I don't know, Kamala sweeps, crash the market, anything like that. I really don't care. I would have the blinders on at this point and just be looking for dips to buy at any of these places down here. I personally would like to have bought this today. I didn't get it. I wanted a little bit more like stretch to the downside. Didn't get it. But thesis-wise for the rest of the week, the move is to the upside. The hourly velocity is indecisive. It's neutral right now. It's not bearish, not bullish. But we did just come up from a point of negativity in the hourly trigger or hourly velocity. So I'm open to that move, that release from volatility in the market. Now, the market is not positioned long into tomorrow. And I don't blame the market for not being positioned because of how crazy this election has been. But in my view, the way is higher. Price targets by Friday, 580. I have faith that a lot of this stuff, I really do think, as we get, I really do think that I'm trying to think of like the counter trade right now. And I think the counter trade is right now blowing off volatility. I was asking you guys this earlier. Like, do you think people will get crazier tomorrow? I think people are ready to be done with the election. You had your fun. We're tired. I think every voter is tired here. They need a break. And I'm assuming here into this close and into Friday that you're going to get it. I don't think it gets worse. I think it gets better. Regardless of the outcome, people are fucking done. They have no more bandwidth at this point. So expect an upside moving in the rest of the week. Some kind of like blowing off of volatility. Things can go bad though, and I want to let you know that before we close this out. It's 3:54 in the afternoon. This is the last thing I'll leave you with. There's across the wire today. There was stuff coming across the wire saying that Iran might attempt to launch a large missile strike overnight into Israel. Be aware of that. So, like, hey, Cap told me he's bullish into the weekend, right? We have a geopolitical event. Don't fucking come to me and be like, Cap, you didn't call it. Like, you can't. There's no crystal ball for this shit. If Iran fires off a bunch of missiles and they don't hit, volatility, save. If they do hit their intended targets and everybody's, there's death and stuff and destruction, or there's an immediate retaliation, I can't predict that stuff. So just be aware of it. So bulls, you know that the way is lower, and you know that the way is to get long higher. Not right here. What else? I've got a reaction function for you here. I'm going to post it right now in the Discord. Okay? I want you guys to read through this. Hang tight here. Here's a reaction function for the election. Trump, listen closely if you're not a member. Trump with a Republican sweep equals an S&P 500 3% upside move. Financials significantly outperform domestic cyclicals over global exporters. Consumer underperforms on tariffs and inflation. S&P 500 goes higher. The caveat, you need a 10-year yield moving in line or less than expected, plus 20 BPS. NASDAQ will be okay under Trump, but may not lead. Pace of rate move may lead to a skinnier rally than expected. Republican policy pair declare winner. Trump with that divided government equals a 30% probability of the S&P 500 going up 1.5%. Event risk out of the way and lower 10-year yield will offset fiscal concerns but likely mean short-lived stock market rally. Tariffs and deregulation, GSX UD reg index still happen. More fiscal becomes difficult, but long-term rates likely decline reflect less fiscal. Bottom line, better for gross risk, but less beneficial for nets. Harris with Democratic sweep, which is only a 5% probability. So the Republican sweep is a 25% probability. Harris with Democratic sweep, 5% probability. S&P 500 down 3%. So you here, right? Straddle, strangle, straddle, strangle. Potential for corporate tax increases from 21 to 28%, though difficult with a small majority, as in 2020. That means Obama had a sweep, and he lost it. Halfway through his first term, he lost that sweep. So low probability. Deregulation theme loses momentum under Harris sweep outcome. Risk negative, but somewhat offset by lower rates. Weaker dollar after event risk clears. After event risk clears. Dem policy pair, GSP 224 Dem index, clear winner. Oil exposed, a loser. Harris with divided government equals 40% probability. Listen to me closely here. Your highest probability for tomorrow is a Harris and a divided government, which is what I told you earlier today. So your best probability is Harris with divided government. That is the S&P 500 down 1.5%. So even though here we may go up, if they come out in 3 days or 5 days and they tell you Harris won, government's divided, right? Harris won, government's divided, whoop. Straight down. Depths of hell. Secular growth, NASDAQ, renewables, China, global exporters all outperform under a Harris with divided government. Defensives over cyclicals. So you ready? NASDAQ outperforms after event risk. S&P's knee-jerk dip, 1.5%. Likely gets bought as lower rates, weaker dollar, and reduced volatility lessen impact of reduced deregulation and animal spirits linked to Trump victory. Divided Congress benefits consensus crowded areas of the market. So, knee-jerk down reaction on a Harris with divided government win. That is your highest probability outcome for the election. 1.5% downside move expected on a knee-jerk reaction, but overall, your favorite tech companies would fucking moon. What time is the erection? I think you get the divided government. I think you're going to, I'll be honest with you guys. I think you're getting a Kamala Harris win. I do not see you taking the House, Democrats. I don't see that happening. I don't see how you can take the House of Reps. That shit's that shit ain't like local elections are way easier to gerrymander. So I never got to Palantir today. I never did Palantir. Odds are in the casino's favor again. So I did do the reaction function for you inside of the. Should I post this on public for people or no? What do you guys think? Should I post this on Twitter? Nah, fuck it. We ain't sharing this with everybody. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You know what? I don't know when I'll see you tomorrow. The stream will be up. Let me talk to my daughter and see what I have to actually do tomorrow. She's supposed to show up there before 9:30. Yeah, I saw PLT hours was today. Yeah, I don't know if I should do. I don't sleep a lot, guys. I don't sleep a ton. I have too much shit going on. But you have the reaction function inside the Discord of what to expect tomorrow and the next day. I'm going to try to be here in some fashion. I wonder if I can, port in, remote desktop in or something while I'm dicking around down there. I got to go dick around at our polling place. I'm really afraid for my daughter's safety. I'll be honest with you guys. My daughter's young. I don't want any fuck arounds.